Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Clifford Johnston, with the Mojave Podcast Transmission. It is 8:13 p.m., 8/14/2026, and today we are going to be studying what the U.S. is trying to do to circumvent the crime from the cartels at the border, along with a few other things that fall into my lap. We'll see. We will see. Time will see. A few things like wrecked car found on the scene of deadly LA shooting, and the yard is flooded. A few shorts because they're going to be easier to review that way. We'll get through a multitude of things. Um, yeah, there's a few things that are like 10 minutes long or here, but not as many as before. And I kind of wanted to put them towards the end here so we can just comment on all the shorts right away and then get into the politics. Hope you guys are having a good day. I am now. We had an electrician come over and from the landlord and put in a $5,000 panel. It took him a few hours. It was started about 9 and got done at like 2, and that's rewiring the whole panel. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I'll tell you what, he's licensed, bonded, insured, and I will put a picture on my Discord. Really good. Nelson Day's the electrical and engineering company is his name. Nelson Day Electrical and Engineering, and local to Joshua Tree, California. So, yeah, I'll be communicating with them more. They got a few more things they got to do. They did about 12 outlets and a few more things. They need about to do 8 more. And yeah, that's about it for now. I got to make sure they check the garage door opener next time. Make sure the outlets over there are all good. And just a few more outlets. Here we go. I'm going to load up the picture for the thumbnail. I've been doing this lately. I've been putting my thumbnail right in the mix here. Let me describe what I'm doing. Image, properties, browse. Oh, thank heaven. And this is pertaining to all the stuff we're covering today.
designating cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, FTOs, under Section 219 of the Immigration and Nationality Act shifts the operational posture from standard criminal prosecution to national security interdiction. 1. The Material Support, Hammer, 18 U.S.C. Section 2339b. Under standard drug laws, prosecutors must prove a defendant had direct involvement or knowledge of a specific narcotics conspiracy. The FTO status fundamentally changes the burden of proof, targeting the entire ecosystem. It becomes a federal felony, carrying sentences up to 20 years to life, for anyone to knowingly provide material support or resources to the cartel. Logistics and infrastructure. This covers not just gunmen, but arms brokers, communications techs, shell company owners, real estate landlords providing safe houses, chemical suppliers, and software providers. Extraterritorial jurisdiction. U.S. courts can prosecute foreign facilitators operating outside U.S. soil if their support touches a designated cartel. 2. Financial freezing and seizure authorities. Immediate asset blocking. U.S. financial institutions are legally mandated to immediately freeze all assets tied to a designated FTO or its agents without waiting for criminal indictments or grand jury subpoenas. Secondary sanctions. Non-U.S. Banks that process transactions for designated entities risk being cut off entirely from the U.S. dollar clearing system, forcing foreign financial institutions to cooperate. 3. Intelligence and military surveillance integration. A major friction point historically has been the Posse Comitatus Act, 18 U.S.C. Section 1385, which strictly prohibits Title 10 active-duty military forces from conducting domestic law enforcement, search, seizure, or arrests on U.S. soil. However, counterterrorism and counter-narcotics frameworks bridge this gap through specific statutory authorities: airborne surveillance and radar support. 10 U.S.C. Sections 271 to 284. The Department of Defense, DoD, can legally operate surveillance platforms, such as airborne early warning systems, AWACS, reconnaissance drones, and ground radar, to feed real-time tracking data directly to domestic law enforcement, CBP, Coast Guard, DIA, along border corridors. Joint Task Force operations. Through command structures like Joint Task Force North, JTFN, military intelligence and electronic warfare specialists provide pattern-of-life analysis, sensor coverage, and logistics support to federal border agents without crossing into direct civilian policing. Intelligence Community Priority. FTO designations elevate targets within the National Intelligence Priorities Framework, NIPF, opening access to broader Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, collection tools and signals intelligence, SIGINT, against cartel communication hubs abroad. 4. Immigration, inadmissibility, and removal. Absolute inadmissibility. Under INA Section 212, A, 3, B, any foreign national associated with, representative of, or providing support to an FTO is permanently inadmissible to the U.S. stripping protections. FTO affiliation automatically disqualifies individuals from asylum claims, temporary protected status, and standard deportation defense proceedings. Operational focus versus historical pitfalls. Targeted network disruption. Modern counter-threat finance and signals intelligence focus on dismantling the communications hubs, cash pipelines, and drone operators that give cartels asymmetric advantages. Constitutional frameworks. Blanket measures, like historical wartime mass internments, have been recognized by courts and historians as major constitutional failures that squandered resources on broad demographics rather than actual operational threats. Precision interdiction aims at the criminal architecture itself. Readiness posture. In defense terminology, maximum readiness and high alert is DEFCON 1, with DEFCON 5 being standard peacetime. Elevating interagency coordination allows federal agencies to operate at a wartime tempo against illicit border logistics without collapsing domestic legal safeguards. Want to look into how cartels are using commercial drones along the border and counter UAS tech? The southern border has evolved into an active electronic and aerial battle space. Mexican cartels have industrialized their use of off-the-shelf commercial unmanned aerial systems, SUAS, flying tens of thousands of incursions to counter U.S. border security. In response, the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP, and supporting defense elements have rolled out multi-layered counter-UAS, CUAS, detection and electronic warfare systems. How cartels utilize commercial drones. Cartels treat modified commercial drones, such as DJI and Autel quadcopters, as low-cost, expendable intelligence and delivery platforms. Real-time counter-surveillance. Cartels conduct continuous loitering flights along border corridors, often logging over 1,000 flights a month in active sectors. They track Border Patrol vehicle patrols, watch shift changes, and locate gaps in physical wall coverage to guide human smuggling groups and scout runners across. Standoff night operations. Drone operators launch from 1 to 2 miles inside Mexican territory between 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. Operating under darkness with thermal optics, they observe U.S. movements while remaining legally and physically insulated south of the international boundary. High-value micro-smuggling. Drones execute low-altitude cross-border drops of high-value, low-weight contraband, primarily synthetic opioids, fentanyl pills, and firearms, landing in designated drop zones or passing directly over border barriers to waiting Confederates. Weaponization and kinetic threats. Cartels have increasingly deployed drones carrying improvised explosive devices, IEDs, such as modified mortar shells or C4 charges with impact detonators, in turf battles across Mexico, e.g., Michoacán and Tamaulipas. U.S. intelligence has tracked cartel contingency planning to adapt these same explosive drop mechanisms against law enforcement infrastructure. Counter-UAS, CUAS, technologies deployed. Stopping small, low-flying drones requires a sensor fusion approach because standard air defense radars cannot easily differentiate a small drone from ground clutter or birds. Defense layer. Technology deployed. Tactical function. Detection. Radar. Compact 3D solid-state and micro-Doppler radars. Detects the micro-Doppler signatures generated by spinning rotor blades, tracking drones even if they are RF silent or flying autonomous GPS waypoint routes. Detection. Signals. RF direction finding, DF, and spectrum scanners. Scans ISM bands, 2.4 GHz, 5.8 GHz, and proprietary telemetry to decode drone communication links, instantly pinpointing both the drone's position and the pilot's launch site. Verification. AI, assisted EO, IR pan tilt zoom cameras. Automatically slews toward radar, RF tracks to visually confirm make, model, and whether the drone is carrying a payload or explosives. Soft kill mitigation. Directional and omnidirectional RF jammers. Disrupts the command and control, C2, and GNSS, GPS navigation frequencies, forcing the drone to trigger its automated failsafe, land immediately or return to base. Cyber interception. Protocol takeover and RF cyber injection. Injects spoofed control packets into the drone's telemetry link, seizing navigation control to force a controlled landing on U.S. soil for hardware and digital forensic extraction. Mobile and integrated platforms. On the move, OTM, vehicle systems. Border Patrol tactical units deploy modular CUAS kits mounted directly to patrol trucks, creating a mobile electronic bubble that protects agents moving along remote desert access roads. Fixed surveillance integration. CUAS sensors are tied into autonomous surveillance towers, ASTs, and remote video surveillance systems, RVSS, feeding real-time airspace tracks directly into Sector Common Operating Picture, COP, command centers. Cross-border intelligence sharing. Because the drone pilots remain in Mexico, U.S. sensors pass real-time coordinates of the pilot's launch point directly to Mexican military and federal forces to conduct ground takedowns on the south side of the river. Want to look into the electronic warfare challenges of jamming drones in civilian border airspace?
Okay, we're going to start programming.
You have breaking news in Compton. This is a live look now. LA County.
Oh, I got to make sure the thing.
You have breaking news in Compton.
Oops, it's going to be on the screen. then I should double check here and make sure. Sticky notes? What the hell?
This is a live look now. LA County Sheriff's detectives are on scene of a fatal shooting. It all happened last night just before 10 o'clock on South Stanford Avenue and East Santa Rita Street next to Roy Campanella Park. Now, video from the scene shows a white sedan. Here is that video, crashed into a pole. It is unclear if the person shot and killed was behind the wheel. No word on what led up to the shooting. Stanford Avenue remains closed during this investigation.
All right, customer called about an $800 water bill at their Airbnb. They're not here to monitor it, but they think it has to do with the pool. So let's see what's going on. And the water.
Oh, here's the one where I'm supposed to change the here. Here we go.
Our hose autofill is just steady running, and they say it's running every day.
I don't necessarily think that this is my internet connection. Like,
They do have an actual autofill here,
sure what's happening.
but they're not using it for some reason. Well, as I'm standing here, I can hear water running behind this wall. There's just water running out the end of this pipe.
Yeah, that's
flooding
not
the
good.
ground. And this thing literally has the whole yard over here flooded.
Mm-mm-mm.
The whole yard. And it's just standing water everywhere. All the way down there.
Ooh, man, oh man, oh
And more than
man.
likely, that pipe goes to this autofill. And man, it's sucking that dye in. Well, you can see my dye coming out. So it's definitely the autofill pipe.
Damn.
Well, there's an overflow pipe right here in the side. You see it's just sucking that dye right in there. So the whole time this thing's trying to fill the pool up, it's filling it up too high, and it's running back up through the autofill pipe and out the overflow and on the ground. So this autofill over here just needs to be adjusted so it doesn't fill it so high. And I'm not sure why they ain't using this one.
Yeah, I don't know either. It sounds like a good work that you did there. I don't know.
Well, the float's broke. This
Oh,
is the adjustment.
that's
and
another
you can't
thing.
grab it because it's broken in here. So no wonder why it's just stuck wide open.
$800
That's
bill.
a serious water bill over that thing. Man, that sucks. Well, I went ahead and turned the autofill off for now, and that's a wrap for me.
Go work, bro. Joe.
Anybody, even the weathered warriors, the weathered anti-Semite warriors. And I don't like the term anti-Semite, by the way. I think it's a cringe term. I just use it for the sake of brevity. Nick Fuentes is so tired of the Goyim, brother. He's tired of the Goyim. It's brutal. So now Tucker Carlson is making believe that the laptop that Hunter Biden had, that allegedly had kitty porn on it, that was secretly planted by the Jews. And he's just like, bro, what are we doing?
Tucker interviewed Hunter Biden and they discussed whether the Hunter laptop story was an Israeli hoax. The slop is reaching critical mass at this point. I can't take it anymore.
It's
Boss,
so bad.
crying face emoji.
Corporations want to divide us. The billionaire Epstein class wants to divide us. Israel gave the laptop.
You lost Nick Fuentes, bro.
It's like, oh my gosh. And why is Tucker
Shlomo Fuentes joined the light side of the force. Just get it over with, man.
talking to the Israelis? Tucker goes, oh, I knew that. The Israelis. Why are you talking to the Israelis? Why are you always talking to them?
Mundaline. Tucker.
I mean, we all know it's because none of this is actually real, and
Leave him out
Tucker
of it.
Carlson's actual job is to tear American politics apart, to destroy the right and get the left to win.
Okay, so
ultimately,
cringe
that's what his
statement. How is somebody runs the news, or was a host of a newscast, like a big one, doesn't supposedly own a TV? I have no idea how somebody like that functions.
goal is. That's why he's sucking Muslim penis. Allegedly. Now, anyway, interestingly enough, Thomas Massey, who's also, by the way, like one of these big Tucker Carlson stands, all right? Elon Musk flagging this account to help your platform get better. Ban this account. The account is this guy, Eyal Yacobi, some Jewish guy posting about Hamas. He is literally a guy that talks about Israeli news. And it's like, oh my God, he talked about Hamas 7,000 times. And it's like, yeah, he talked about Hamas 7,000 times over the last, 5 years. That's okay. And Thomas Mann's like, you have to ban him. You have to ban him. Libertarians, baby, calling for censorship because he posts too much about a topic he doesn't like. Now, the funny thing is, he's not going to call for the ban of anything else, obviously. It's interesting enough. Now, I hate AIPAC. All right, I think AIPAC is a diabolical organization that literally props up both sides for their own goals. And I don't like them at all. But interestingly enough, this meme single-handedly destroyed the entire, right that is trying to move away from that garbage. All right, oh no, AIPAC gave $8 billion to John America. Well, I guess we have to vote for Mohammed ibn Muhammad right now to avoid foreign influence. And it's like this entire sphere is absolutely raped, brother.
Breaking news right now out of Riverside County. A brush fire
You're
burning
right.
in Sage.
Gil Levis is
You're
overhead
right.
in Sky 5 with more. Gil, what can you tell us?
Well, Lauren and Lindsay, this fire breaking out about 1 o'clock this afternoon in the 44,200 block of Taffel Ranch Road near Red Mountain Road. As you can see, some of the fire crews out here already. They got the tankers coming in with the fire retardant
Pray
line.
for
It's
these
burned
people.
55 acres. They're calling 5% containment right now. Here's the entire burn scar. It looks like the majority of the fire is out at this point, but there were some close calls on some of these homes here. You can see fire burning all around in those fire protection groups there, firefighters getting into these homes and protecting them. It looks like there really isn't any loss of structures. We did see a couple of vehicles that may have caught fire and burned, but again, the fire crews worked quickly to get in here and protect the structures that are around here. This is in the Sage area. As I come out wide again, we have about 3 or 4 tankers that are in the air. They've dropped a fire retardant around the perimeter of the fire, and at this point it looks like they have it well under control, but again, they're not taking any chances. They'll be out here for quite a while, making sure no hot spots erupt. That's the latest overhead up in Sky 5. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
At Singapore's Changi Airport, rain does not simply drain away. It is guided to one large opening and dropped through the middle of the building. Most roofs send rain to the edge and hide it inside pipes. Jules' glass roof does the opposite and slopes toward the center. At the center, the water falls 40 meters through an indoor forest. A simple roof drain becomes the world's tallest indoor waterfall. But falling water
Right,
also
keep it
pulls
up here
a
with us.
huge amount of air
Engineering
down
stuff.
with it.
This is a great use to
That moving
the
air
water
could
right
make
here
the
is
space below windy and uncomfortable.
definitely needed.
Then why not catch the water in a normal pool? The air would hit the bottom, turn sideways, and blow across the walking area. Engineers tested the waterfall with computer models and full-size mock-ups. They found the main problem was not the water, it was the air. So they changed the air path. A clear tube carries the lower waterfall, and a glass wall pushes the side wind upward. Rain is never steady, so the waterfall cannot depend on weather alone. Water is collected below, cleaned, and pumped back to the roof. During strong storms, more than 37,000 liters can flow each minute. Extra rainwater is collected, cleaned, and used again in the building. That is why Jewel has a hole in its roof. Engineers turned rain, wind, and drainage into the world's tallest indoor waterfall.
Must be humid when it rains, huh? Be surprisingly pleasant, though.
Not sure if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming Trump is declining in the polls. President Trump responded and says Fox News polls can't be trusted. Now, Newsmax is conducting its own poll on President Trump's job performance. It takes just a minute to vote, so let us know what you think if President Trump is doing a good job. We at Newsmax want to know your opinion, so make sure you vote and your voice is heard. Vote today.
Good evening, I'm Jackie Heinrich, and this is your Fox News Report. The man accused of shooting and killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson pleads guilty to federal stalking charges. Luigi Mangione stating, quote, "I shot Mr. Thompson and he died." Federal sentencing is scheduled for December 18th. He faces life in prison. Alec Murdaugh back in a South Carolina courtroom today ahead of his upcoming murder retrial. In 2023, he was convicted of killing his wife and son. That was overturned when the state Supreme Court ruled a former court clerk tampered with the jury. Murdaugh maintains his innocence. The retrial is scheduled for April next year. The USS George Washington is en route to the Middle East, replacing the USS Abraham Lincoln. The move comes after reports of low morale and poor conditions on board the carrier. Secretary Pete Hegseth says these reports are, quote, completely misrepresented.
I want to know, is it considered AWOL if somebody jumps off the ship? I don't know. I have no... He probably tried to pull it off like I fell. And then they're not talking about that. I want people to fact check that to see if that really happened. Come on, people. You know, we're gonna watch this one more time because I forgot it wasn't a short. Here. Give it to
Good evening, I'm Jackie Heinrich, and this is your Fox News Report. The man accused of shooting and killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson pleads guilty to federal stalking charges. Luigi
There we go. I know you can see him because he was in the center of the frame, but I wanted you to see all the people around him.
Mangione stating, quote, "I shot..."
You see the SWAT team? They wanted to make sure that somebody just didn't kill this guy.
Mr. Thompson, and he died. Federal sentencing is scheduled for December 18th. He faces life in prison. Alec Murdaugh back in a South Carolina courtroom today ahead of his upcoming murder retrial. In 2023, he was convicted of killing his wife and son. That was overturned when the state Supreme Court ruled a former court clerk tampered with the jury. Murdaugh maintains his innocence. The retrial is scheduled for April next year. The USS George Washington is en route to the Middle East, replacing the USS Abraham Lincoln. The move comes after reports of low morale and poor conditions on board the carrier.
Like I said,
Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Low morale in the sense of people jumped off. Come over here. Or sit down. Sit down, please. Oh my goodness. Give me those paws. She's all like putting the paws in the air. Come here, you're rambunctious. You want to say hi to people on stream? come over here. I don't want her licking the door because it's got varnish on it, and it's just like she's fixated on the food on the other side of the door. She'll just lick it in like this pacing thing. So I'm just trying to be a good dad. Okay, so here we go.
That says these reports are, quote, completely misrepresented.
Are they
A salmonella
misrepresented,
recall
or
on
are
over
they
a
just
million
fake,
cartons of eggs has
or
been upgraded
did they
to
jump
class
off and it
1,
wasn't
the
because
highest
of
risk level.
low morale
It includes
because he
eggs
wanted to
sold
kill
in
himself?
several states with
What
Best
was
Buy.
it, or did he go AWOL? Did he want to, or was he just hot and he wanted to jump in the ocean, and then the word got out that somebody jumped off the ship, and it must have been because of low morale, or what happened?
Or sell-by dates ranging from July 20th through August 17th. Widespread alerts across the Hawaiian Islands as Tropical Storm Lala continues to strengthen, but things are still relatively calm for now. The worst is expected tomorrow morning when the storm is forecast to become a hurricane. In Washington, I'm Jackie Heinrich. Have a great night.
Maybe just put it up, babe, up on top of that. Lay it flat on top of the glass. No, not there, right there.
Boom! An amazing trip from Key Biscayne to the invasive lionfish. Woo!
So,
and
these guys caught. I don't want to spoil how many they caught. All right, I'm just gonna let them hype it up, but because he did a pretty good job here. Let me put it back over on the short section here. Okay, so these are but I will talk a little bit about what they are, so you don't be like, what is this, and is this like cruelty? And it's just like, no. We'll do a little excerpt on why these lionfish are bad for the coast. And this is in, I believe, Florida. So, and they're an invasive species that kills off the actual, because they got spines on it. Think of it like a porcupine. It's got really long. It's not good. Okay, it's not good. Big fish try to eat it, they die. It influxes the coral reefs terribly. So, here we go.
We're going to a restaurant, and they're going to be happy. Check that out.
Whoa, Nate, how many pounds do you think we got today?
Oh, crap. Well, aside from that one, I'm thinking at least 65, 67 pounds, something like that. Miami, you guys need to step it up. There's no reason why we should be catching this many fish. There's no reason at all. It's absolutely preposterous. And look at the size of this. Look at that monster. Holy mackerel, look at the spines all sticking out.
How long do you think that fish has been living in that area for?
I would say, no kidding, that fish, that size, they can get up to 18 or 19 inches, and that's at max size at 15 or 16 years of age. That fish is 8 to 10 years old, probably. It's getting kind of out of control here, guys. Let's see. Oh my God, get out. There we go. Fourth and final. And let's count these guys. I'm kind of curious to see the number we got here. Holy buckets. 5, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 74, 75, 76. Oh my gosh, Alex. What have you done?
Congratulations, fisherman.
And some of them, my friends, are quite freaking big. Look at this beast. And he's already ready to go with his fins out, corralling fish into the corner. The guy should fit in there quite nicely.
Beautiful.
Boom. Little one and big one. Maybe not the littlest one we got. Maybe not the biggest one we got. But holy crap, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for donating. Watching is donating. Get out there and hunt lionfish if you get the chance. We want to promote that. We want to get people out. And thanks for doing such a good job today, Alex.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh my God. There is a person
The invasive lionfish, Pterois volitans and Pterois miles, is one of the most ecologically destructive marine invaders on the planet. Native to the Indo-Pacific, their unchecked population explosion across the western Atlantic, Caribbean Sea, and Gulf of Mexico has transformed them from ornamental aquarium fish into a direct threat to coral reef survival. Why lionfish are catastrophic for reefs? Lionfish possess a combination of biological traits that act like a cheat code in ecosystems that did not evolve alongside them. Ecosystem collapse via hyperpredation. Lionfish are voracious, non-selective ambush predators. Studies show a single lionfish residing on a patch reef can reduce the recruitment of juvenile native fish by up to 79% in just 5 weeks. They expand their stomachs up to 30 times their resting volume to gorge constantly. Suffocating coral, the algae cascade. Healthy coral reefs rely on herbivorous fish, like parrotfish, damselfish, and surgeonfish, to graze down fast-growing macroalgae. Lionfish decimate these juvenile herbivores. Without grazers, thick algae carpets the reef, blocking sunlight and literally suffocating the living coral polyps underneath. Prey naivety and lack of natural predators. Native prey species do not recognize the slow, hovering silhouette and flared pectoral fins of a lionfish as a threat until it is too late. Conversely, native apex predators, groupers, snappers, sharks, avoid them due to the 18 venomous dorsal, pelvic, and anal spines. Explosive reproduction. A single female lionfish can release up to 2 million eggs per year, spawning every 2 to 4 days year-round. Their egg masses contain a repellent chemical that protects them from egg-eating predators, allowing millions of larvae to drift on oceanic currents and colonize new territory rapidly. Key comparison. Why the invasion is so difficult to check. Trait. Native Atlantic reef predators, e.g., grouper, invasive lionfish. Reproduction. Seasonal batch spawners, slower maturity. Year-round, spawns every 2 to 4 days, millions of eggs per year, dietary breadth. Targeted prey species, limited stomach elasticity. Over 70+ species consumed, stomach expands 30x. Predation risk, targeted by sharks, larger fish, and humans. Virtually zero wild predators in Atlantic, Caribbean. Depth tolerance, often localized to specific depth zones. Thrives from 1-foot tide pools down to 1,000+ ft deep. How we fight back, active eradication and control strategies. Because lionfish have spread across thousands of square miles and live at depths far beyond recreational diving limits, complete eradication across the entire Atlantic basin is nearly impossible. However, sustained local suppression has proven capable of allowing native fish populations and reefs to rebound. 1. Targeted culling derbies. Volunteer and commercial divers armed with Hawaiian slings, pole spears and rigid containment tubes, like zookeeper tubes, conduct targeted removals. Annual tournaments and derbies routinely pull tens of thousands of pounds of lionfish off shallow reef structures in single weekends, providing immediate breathing room for juvenile fish. 2. Eat 'em to beat 'em, market-driven harvest. One of the most effective sustained suppression tools is turning the pest into a valuable commodity. Lionfish meat is mild, flaky, high in omega-3s, and considered a delicacy. Important. The venom is entirely localized in the needle-like spine rays, not the flesh. Once the exterior spines are clipped off, the fish is 100% safe to fillet and cook, and heat denatures any residual venom proteins anyway. 3. Deep water trap innovation. Because recreational scuba divers cannot safely hunt below 100 to 130 feet, deep water lionfish populations act as a breeding reservoir. Marine scientists, including NOAA teams, have engineered low bycatch traps, such as non-entangling, fish-attracting dome and curtain traps, designed to capture lionfish congregating on deep artificial and natural structures without harming turtles or native gamefish. Want to look into how lionfish traps and ROV harvesters work in deep waters?
In this building. billboard. So we were driving in Hollywood and we came across this this billboard. There is a human person inside this billboard. That is a person.
Dude, this AI stuff is getting out of control.
Apparently this is the last house in Hollywood.
Let me get this straight. He has a billboard house on Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. How much do you pay for rent?
Not gonna lie, he's kind of cute. Can I get your number?
Do you think he snuck up there?
I mean, how do you sneak up a...
I don't know.
Sneaky.
People do things.
So, like, should we report this?
Can you hear us?
He's got a board.
It's a homeless
Stuck. He's stuck.
resolution.
Go to the front door.
Do you need emergency services? Should we order him a pizza?
Wait. What's the address? 11817
Sunset Boulevard.
Sunset Boulevard.
She pulled over. He's stuck in the billboard. There's a helicopter, bro.
How long have you been stuck up there?
12:48 p.m.
Oh, know what time it is?
I'm confused. I don't think he can hear us. There's a tour bus looking at the... He says he's stuck in there.
This
I'm
is
pretty
too
sure it's Ryan
much.
Gosling. He's watering his plants. We did, yeah, we pizza. It's for this guy. He's in the billboard.
We got you pizza! Pizza!
I'm vegan.
Well...
Why did Rick's portal gun switch from an energy orb to portal fluid? Per canon lore, portal guns are divided into different tiers. The highest tier portal guns are those used by Rick Prime and Rick C-137.
That's what I'm talking about.
This type of portal gun has unlimited usage and can achieve
like
true
how it's not
cross-dimensional
chopping shit off,
travel.
it's like,
The lower tier consists
yeah.
of the portal guns used by ordinary Ricks. Their portal guns are driven by liquid portal fluid. They can only teleport within the central finite curve and are
too
under the
sketch.
Citadel's surveillance at all times. So why did Rick switch from the high tier to the low tier? The reason is actually that after the Citadel was established, to uniformly supply and
I really
for
love
the
this,
massive
though.
number of Ricks, they switched to the universal design of liquid storage tanks, turning it into a general-purpose consumable for unified distribution. The gun body itself is just an excitation device.
He just sprays it like with a spray bottle, like, and the Methuselah Beast gets all mad, like
Ice that can be replaced separately when damaged, greatly reducing the cost of use. The protagonist Rick also used the universal liquid version for a long time in later seasons. It's not that he can't build his own self-developed core, but that the universal fluid is readily available and more convenient for daily adventures. Most importantly of all, liquid portal fluid allows on-the-fly adjustment of power output and portal size, adapting to all kinds of bizarre adventure needs. For example, teleporting an entire house, using portals as weapons, or opening multiple portals in succession to toy with enemies. None of these are possible with a fixed power solid-state core.
No, none of them are.
This machine is like the Midas touch of...
Good work, man. This stuff here, I was going to try to ask AI if we could do this for lithium extraction.
Mining. With every rotation,
there's brine in the Salton Sea that we could be turning into lithium batteries, and it's like nothing. So we really do need to be thinking about stuff like this. This seems to be like a really, really good explainer on how to do something like that. So we're going to be going over this. It's got pores in the ceramic.
Turns worthless muddy slurry into valuable mineral concentrate.
The mud hits it and turns it hard because it's heated and
ready for the smelter. It is called a ceramic disc filter. It dewaters copper, iron, and gold concentrates, as well as mine tailings. The process is surprisingly simple. Slurry enters a tank while giant ceramic discs rotate through it. Each disc is covered with microscopic pores. Capillary action lets water pass through while leaving mineral particles on the surface. As the discs rise out of the slurry, vacuum pressure keeps pulling out moisture. When each section reaches the scraper, the dry filter cake breaks away in solid slabs that fall like roof tiles. But this machine does more than dry mud. If mineral concentrate contains too much water, it becomes heavier and more expensive to transport. Worse, it can liquefy as a cargo ship rocks at sea, causing the load to shift and threatening the entire vessel. Traditional vacuum filters require large pumps to keep pulling air. Ceramic filters use capillary suction inside their tiny pores, allowing them to maintain a near-total vacuum with much less energy. The extracted water can also be recycled back into the plant. Lower moisture means safer
Perfect.
shipping,
Closed circle system.
lower costs, and less wasted energy.
Perfect. We talk about stuff like that all the time in my Asia 2020 Asia 2026.
Boom.
Go.
An amazing trip from Key Biscayne to hunt the invasive lionfish. Woo! And these are going to a restaurant.
Okay, so I think I click back. I don't know. Here, we're gonna go forward here.
Why did Rick's portal gun
Why
switch?
does it keep repeating this?
This machine is like the Midas touch of mine.
Here we go.
Sanctuary policies now back in the spotlight after an illegal migrant out of Venezuela is charged in the brutal murder of a man in California. The victim was 68 years old, Todd Stewart.
I guess you barely
stabbed
see
to
it
death
right
in his
there.
own front yard.
Terrible.
Spotlight after an illegal migrant out of Venezuela
Oh, man.
is charged in the brutal murder of a man in California. The victim was 68 years old, Todd Stewart. Stabbed to death in his own front yard. The suspect had
Rest
just
in
been
peace, man.
released from jail one day earlier.
Oh, wow,
So that
really?
starts
That's
a
a
new
fucking
hour here.
problem.
Dana's got the day off. I'm Bill Hemmer live in New York City. Tough story to begin with. And Shannon, hello to you.
And it raises a lot of familiar questions. We'll break that down. Bill, great to be with you. I'm Shannon Bream in for Dana. So the suspect entered the U.S. in 2007. DHS requested an immigration detainer for him last September. In April of this year, he was arrested for multiple burglaries. He was arrested again just last week for violating the terms of his home detention, but a judge allowed him to go free.
So police took him back into custody the day after the murder. The border czar, Tom Homan, saying that ICE could have deported him long ago if not for the sanctuary policies in California.
Exactly.
And what really upset me, the response from the governor's office, was that, well, ICE has billions of dollars. They should be doing their job. We did our job. We located this person in their facility. We did an investigation, found out he is illegally in the United States. He has a criminal history. He is deportable. So this person's dead because Governor Newsom and the state of California has put politics, hatred of President Trump over public safety.
This is like literally, if you did this, this would be obstruction of justice. I just don't understand this.
All right, former Trump acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf joins us in a moment. First, we began in Los Angeles on the story with William Lajeunesse, who picks it up for us from there. William, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. Did the California justice system fail this victim at least twice? It let his accused killer go free when he could have remained in jail. Twice more, it could have honored an ICE detainer to deport him. Instead, each time, judges sided with Marcos Arate Valdez, who last week allegedly killed Todd Stewart, who confronted Valdez while trying to steal from his garage. His criminal record, well, last year, Valdez's girlfriend accused him of domestic violence. She got a restraining order. He violated that, but instead of jail, he got diversion. Later, accused of burglary. A judge released him on home detention. He violated that pretrial release. Yet again, a judge released him. The next day, Stewart is stabbed to death.
I'm glad they arrested him. It won't bring Todd back. I don't understand why he was on the street. Those are the stories we keep hearing, but
This is complete bullshit. The fact that this shit happens, and it's like not even the governor's problem. Apparently, he doesn't think it is his problem, and it is his problem because people seem to think that the only reason why they're here is because it's a sanctuary city, and it should be no crime at all, right? Like there should be no crime because you're so kind and you're giving these people no. And look at them, they're just going around stabbing people. Like I'm done, bro. Get them all out of here.
certain people are let out and then they go and commit more heinous crimes.
The judge who released Valdez record saying
More
Newsom
heinous? How can you get more
appointee
heinous
Michelle
than
Holmes, who
fucking
told the
stabbing
Law
somebody
Journal, quote,
in the front of their house?
Justice does not always mean a prison sentence. Sometimes it means a treatment program or intensive counseling, and sometimes it means dismissal.
was her
Last year,
husband,
ICE
but
asked
still,
the
like,
county
it just
to hold
sucks. Like,
Valdez on a
fuck,
detainer.
they're so brainwashed,
As a
they don't even
sanctuary state,
understand how to
it
be
refused.
politically correct, and they're a
Yesterday,
victim.
Newsom's office blamed ICE, claiming nothing in California law prevents the feds from enforcing immigration law. The federal government has billions of dollars in resources to enforce federal law.
So to enforce federal law, meaning you actively say we can't go into the prisons to get them out of the prison because you want to do this. Hey, look, we got him in prison. And let's see if you can get them in prison. Like, let's see if you can do it. Like, you know what? Like, oh, wow. Like, okay, right. Okay, wow. What the fuck is this? Like, right. That's how this all works. Like, this is totally checked and balanced out. Totally, right? Totes my goats, my lotes.
They do their job instead of blaming California for their enforcement failures.
There's nothing against the sanctuary law in California for a deputy to just pick the phone up and say that, hey, this guy's being released in an hour. You don't have to hold him.
Right. Exactly. You could, like, I mean, you could even do it like a game or something, like a game show. Like, you could do something, bro, but you're not doing anything.
1 minute longer than you would normally hold them. Just call us before we release them. It's common sense.
Yesterday, Valdez pled
It is
not
common
guilty.
sense.
Next hearing September 1st.
But I do think these people should be publicly
thank you. We're
humiliated,
watching
thinking
it
that
from
they
here.
can come into the United States and hide in these weird places when people, like, you should know at this point that people don't want you here. Why would you sit here and act like you're welcome?
Be sure to like and
Why?
subscribe for all the Fox
If there
News
was
latest on
like
YouTube.
a quarter of this backlash, I wouldn't be in a country that had this backlash towards immigrants or whatever. Just get out of here.
Or shopping mall,
I'd say they wouldn't deserve me and leave.
much like a weapon, so they immediately have to arrest him.
You sit here like you pretend like you're righteous because you're here. Get the fuck out of here.
made videos on town.
Hey, protect yourself. Protect yourself. Protect yourself.
Yeah, someone is telling him, fight the police, protect yourself, protect yourself. And I think that we've watched enough police body cam footage. Like I saw one guy gets arrested, big, heavy set African-American gentleman wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt. And he says, like, you know, I know the chief or I know the sheriff. Like, you have 0.5 seconds to tell me why I'm being pulled over. And when the copper gives them a more than reasonable reason why they're being pulled over today, they immediately start getting competitive and fighting. And it's like, okay, now what was going to be a small ticket is now your face going into the pavement, getting tased, and spending the night in jail. I'm not telling this guy to fight the cops because you're just gonna make what is a dumb charge into something bigger. But the crazy part about this is it's happening in the first place, and in the UK, certain religions can carry around sabers. Like, apparently the size of this T-ball bat, they can walk around carrying sabers. And that's fine.
Yeah.
You can, with your family, blade a...
It's called a shamar. Yeah, we know.
Young white British or Northern Irish... I don't know, the Irish or the British or Northern Ireland? I'm splitting hairs. You and your family can blade a British white citizen to death and say, we're being attacked by racialism, and the coppers will arrest him while he's saying, I'm not racist, and bleeds out.
Bingo. There we go. I knew he was talking about that one. Let's go.
But if you go to a sporting goods store...
I wish we would, like, know the exact size of the blade so we can, like emphasize, like, this is, like... In California, there's a law that you're not supposed to have a blade more than this. Like, the palm of your hand. Like, I don't really have a good size. I don't order a kitchen knife to... Like, a paring knife, I guess, to show you, but... Like, this, like, if I were to just carry this around, like, this is more than my hand, like, a little bit. I know you can't really see it, but it's a little bit more than my hand here. Let me do it. Okay. So it's a little more in the palm. And that would be considered illegal. This is legal. Legal.
Looks like a screenshot of your app drawer / home screen grid featuring your creator.
What the fuck? Legal. Not legal to walk around with outside. They sell you this with a sheath to put over it. Like, there's laws. And like, if you can't walk around with a kitchen knife, you shouldn't be able to walk around within the United States with your thing. You shouldn't. Because I mean, just shit like this. I mean, you're gonna sit there and say that like he wasn't intoxicated at all and just decided to kill this guy. Like, he was of a sane mind. And if this is the shit and he was of sane mind, then I'm done. Then they're all this bad and they all gotta go. Like this is the problem, because like, if we're gonna allow no one from their religion to just be like, oh, like, those are bad actors, like, you know, it's what we're just supposed to be thinking. This is unspoken. Like, we should just be thinking that like all these have been isolated cases all the way from 9/11 all the way through 2026. Like, we're just, oh, these are all isolated cases, when explicitly in the religion, we're going to be going over this, it literally says that they infiltrate the infidels or society and destroys them from within. So we're going to sit here and think for 1 second that like that isn't foreboding. I don't know what you'd be doing. You'd be wrong.
And buy a baseball bat. You need to go to jail, apparently.
I don't even know what the full context of this clip is, to be honest.
Did the bat post a racist meme? Probably. Which changes everything, right, guys? In the UK.
Later on, you'll see it.
Hey, don't. From that fucking shop, you dumb cunt. Is it out of his packaging?
It's not in the package. It's still in the packaging.
Is it out of his fucking package, you idiot? It's in package, you idiot. It's in package, you idiot.
The cop's already committed to it. He's not going to let him go and say he's wrong. Some people do not belong, or some people should not be peace officers, because this is such a bad look. I wonder all these other angles if there's more.
Package, it's in the package, fella. It's in the package, you idiot. Hey, it's in the package, you idiot.
And the sad thing is, though, is there's a guy with an accent yelling at him. I believe this officer would not dare arrest a Sikh man for having a bat in a package. Like, is this like the equivalency of me going to a liquor store in America, and if I want to buy a wine, I gotta put it in a bag because I can't walk around public with a wine. It's still capped, but it's one of those things of like, it has to be out of sight. So if you buy a baseball bat, it's so dangerous, it has to be
in a plastic bag.
A large shopping bag.
Yes. It has to be in a shopping bag.
I can't do
or
that.
you just stole it. Oh, dude, he's carrying a cross.
Oh, he's getting maced now?
Oh, now he's just gonna fucking mace the dude. Now he can't get out of anywhere.
Yeah, that's what you can do. That's what you can do. That's what you can do.
The cross was unexpected. Yes, it is.
It's in the package. It's in the package. It's in the package, fella. It's in the package, you idiot. Hey, fella, it's in the package. It's in the package, you idiot.
It's not changing anything. You don't gotta keep on repeating.
I don't know what he's saying. What is that guy screaming the same thing for?
It's just a piss on that. Have a piss on that. Yeah, it's all on camera. It's all social media, fella. Stop that from the start.
He's trying to put his hat back on for him.
It's in the package. We all can see it. It's in the package. It's in the package. It's in the package, you idiot. Just hold it on the top. Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on, of course. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they got plenty of cops for this.
Yeah.
Plenty of cops for this.
Look at him roll, man. Oh, my God.
You drive forward.
And again, they have no problem enforcing the law on somebody peaceful, even though he has a dangerous weapon like an aluminum bat that he's gonna go play softball with or something.
I know.
No problem enforcing the law on a law-abiding citizen. But should this be an angry mob of people throwing bricks through this Uniqlo's window?
Well,
or
think
throwing,
about it, because if
having sabers on their...
If there was 10 people trying to get like that guy free, that cop would be done.
That because it's a much harder arrest than this. This is
terrible.
What is it?
You're
Two
not
officers
supposed to
trying to get a
engage
guy
when you're
that's
overwhelmed.
He's resisting.
There's codes
I admit
for
it.
this.
It's in the package, you both know. Who's back? No. It's in the package, fella. Yeah. Who's back? Listen.
Yeah.
Whoa. Who's back? Listen to what I'm saying. Because of Because you're obstructing an officer. What obstructing? You're obstructing the law, you idiot. It's in the package, sorry. You can see it's in the package. It's in the package, you idiot.
What an interesting cross-section
We're gonna get this
of British
sorted.
citizens standing up for this guy.
Officer, you can push the people, but nobody can smash your face, isn't it? That's okay. That's okay. Because they fucking, you know what I mean? They for us, they are for us. And that's never happened. Never in your life happened. Never. When they stole my car, they were like, you need to come to the fucking police station.
Yep.
They didn't.
Same thing happens in America. I told this story several of times. I got hit on the freeway on the 101 freeway in Hollywood. Old Asian man in a car hits me with his car. He's like falling asleep, like it's midday, and he's like barely conscious. I call 911 and say, hey, look, this is the story. This guy's hit my car. He's still on the freeway. He doesn't know where he is right now. You need to just dispatch somebody immediately. And they're like, no, what you can do is there's a local police station or a CHP station here. You can come and make a report over there. And it's like, you're not addressing the problem that this guy could seriously injure somebody else. But that's how they are, though. It's like they don't want to address the crime because then they have to report the crime and the stats go up. If they can make it as inconvenient for you as possible to report the crime and make us think about it and try to get some justice after being the victim of a crime, then all of a sudden they can say, oh, crime is down. Crime is down. They haven't fixed anything. They haven't arrested any criminals.
No,
But
I get it.
they get to get promoted. They're juking the stats.
No, I know. I hear you, bro. It's complete balderdash.
It's all on purpose, yes.
But at the end of the day, the pendulum has to swing in the right direction. If these cops are wrong, 1% of the time, to them, it's okay. It's acceptable.
This company.
And yes, I have wondered, me calling on the telephone, you're not seeing me, and I was saying, hey, this Asian guy just rammed in my car on the freeway, please send an officer. I wonder if they thought I was being a racist by not being able to appropriately identify me as an Asian, saying, hey, this guy could look like my grandfather and he hit me with his vehicle. But then again, why should it even matter to the 911 operator if I'm Asian or not? The guy's Asian, it's a descriptor, but that's where we are in modern day America. Didn't they ban bags? I wouldn't be surprised if they banned plastic shopping bags, and that's why they have this here. Oh, he secured the dangerous weapon.
He walked up from a shop and he walked up the shop. He just said he's got a receipt for it. He's got a receipt for it. Look, it's in the plastic packaging. Look at it. Fucking retard. A goon. Wow. It's not how you sit down and grill.
You would never even assume this was the UK just based on what we're looking at right now. Oh, he's going to jail. Here's the thing, it's like, if he just handed the bat over, like if the cop said, hey, that's illegal, hand it over, I wonder if he resisted. If he said, hey, look, it's in the packaging, what do you want me to do with it? Didn't resist, would he not be going in the back of the paddy wagon right now? Plenty of resources for this. Plenty of resources for this, but in spite of the fact that most all commerce is gone, businesses aren't there anymore. I wonder if there's a lot of crime in this area, but for some reason they're focused on a very peaceful looking guy that's just trying to go home and play some baseball.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me, man.
Everything's done for you in Flux. This is a prototype. I forked the project and I just started changing things up. Flux really democratizes access to building.
With all due respect, Senator, the words you spoke are disturbing, especially coming out of your mouth is very disturbing.
Kennedy read exactly what's inside these books. Then he tried to get one simple answer about who decides, actually, what kids see. Watch this.
I confess I'm a little confused, and I appreciate the argument or discussion that we've been having, but for me it's a little too conceptual or, I don't know, metaphysical or theological or whatever you want to call it. I want to try to understand what you're asking us to do. Let's take two books that have been much discussed. The first one is called All Boys Aren't Blue.
What?
And I will quote from it.
Okay.
I put some on and got him on his, and I began to from behind. I pulled out of him and kissed him while he asked me to turn over while he slipped on himself. This was my, and I was struggling to imagine someone in. He got on and slowly. It was the worst pain I think I have ever felt in my life. Eventually, I felt a mix of pain. Close quote. All boys aren't blue. The second is another much discussed book. I'm sure you're familiar with it. It's called Genderqueer. Okay. Let me read an excerpt from that. Quote,
guys, what's going on here?
I got a new story today. I can't wait to put it on you. It will fit my favorite perfectly. You're going to look so hot. I can't wait to have your mouth. I'm going to give you the of your life. Then I want you me. End quote. Now,
completely too much.
Mr. Secretary, what are you asking us to do? Are you suggesting that only librarians should decide whether the two books that I just referenced should be available to kids? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay. Tell me what you're saying.
Well, first of all, there's this.
Don't give me a speech. Tell me what you're asking me to do.
With all due respect, Senator, the words you spoke are disturbing, especially coming out of your mouth is very disturbing. But what I would also tell you that
coming out of anyone's mouth,
we're not advocating for kids to read to Senator Booker's.
What are you advocating for?
Way too much.
For parents, random parents, not to have the ability, under the guise of keeping kids safe, to try and challenge the world view of every single manner on these issues.
You're getting conceptual game.
I'm not getting conceptual.
Well,
I'm saying
yes,
that
you are. Yes, you are. Because I want to know what you're recommending. It sounds to me like what some of you are saying, the librarians should decide who gets to see that book.
I'm saying when individual parents are allowed to make a decision of where that line is, and To Kill a Mockingbird, which involves a scene, should that book be pulled from our libraries? I think it becomes a slippery slope.
I think you ought to think about it a little bit more before you come here.
I've thought about,
if
Senator,
you're going to propose something, you ought to be able, in 30 seconds, to be able to explain what you're asking us to do. Ms. Kelly, what do you understand? Well, let me skip you for a second. Mr. Cameron, tell me what you're proposing.
It's pronounced mix.
Mix?
What is that accent?
How would you like me to refer to you?
Senator, your definition of sexual is synonymous with LGBTQ identity.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you to tell me you read those two excerpts.
Genderqueer.
Do you think that, are you asking that only librarians and not parents have any say in whether minors can read those books? Is that what you're saying?
Genderqueer has never been in my school library, so it's never been banned.
Well, suppose it was. Should it be up just to the librarian, or should parents have a say?
There should be facilitation of collaboration between students.
Should parents have a say?
No, there should not be.
Parents should be working with students and educators to be making decisions, because
Oh my God, and who decides ultimately, the librarian, or do you take a vote, or who takes the vote?
Book review committees in the community in my school district.
You want a committee?
So a review committee gets to decide whether or not you talk about all these heinous things on a bookshelf. I think it's too much. I think it's all too much. I think that if you have to sit here and litigate this shit in court, that you are literally cooked, bro. Like there is no point in continuing. You just been rattlesnaked. Let's continue.
There
are committees.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you.
What committee? That's not.
How do we decide
Don't tread
whether
on
the
me.
two books that
Don't
I
tread
just
on me, bro.
referenced
Don't tread
should
on
be
me.
available in the library? What would you, if you were running things, what would you do?
All Boys
Allow
Aren't Blue, the
kids
scene you
to-
mentioned, is about abuse.
I know what it's about.
It's not.
What would you do in terms of making the books available? Would you say anybody can see them, or they have to be in a special session?
Students who do not read books like All Boys Aren't Blue cannot learn what is appropriate.
I understand that.
They cannot learn.
I understand, but none of
about
you want to
abuse.
answer my question. You come here and you say censorship is bad, and of course it's bad. But the obvious response is,
I gotta
okay,
wash
you
the
heard
pan
the
really
books
quick.
we're talking about. Okay, we're not talking about Catcher in the Rye.
I'm gonna let
Right, like how do you stand up for this?
So tell me what you want, who gets to decide. And all I've heard is the librarians. And parents have nothing to do with it.
Right, not allowed to, apparently.
And if that's your response, what planet did you just parachute in from?
Wherever he got that accent from, bro.
Parents, Senator.
Or what country, more appropriately? This is not China.
Parents, Senator, for all due respect, parents absolutely have a say. My parents were immigrants, came to this country. We never checked out books without our parents seeing what books we were reading. They encouraged us to read
Mr.
books.
Secretary, I understand this is good for your politics back home.
It's got nothing to do with my politics. My bill is
Of course
passed.
it does.
My bill is
It has
passed.
everything to do with your politics.
I'm here to
But you came
every
here with
single
a problem,
thing.
and I'm trying to understand the solution, and you don't have one.
We solved the solution.
Other than to tell us that we don't agree with you, you're on the wrong. We'll be on the wrong side of history.
We solved the problem in Illinois. We fixed it because we.
Well, there are others you could work on.
Well, that's why I'm
out
here
of
to help.
time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's a gigantic amount of people that are out here legitimately gun-ho about removing rights from parents and their children here. Understand this is also why there's such an uptick, specifically when it's coming down to the idea of homeschooling. Now, do I think everyone should be homeschooled? No. I'm going to say this out loud here. I don't think a lot of parents specifically have the mental capacity to actually raise their kid in a very intelligent way here. All right? But there are a lot of people, in fact, here who are running from this literal nonsense here. Do whatever you want to do as an adult, okay? Understand this here. I have no opinion with what you're doing here. Glad that you're happy. But this has not a single thing to do with children. Leave kids specifically out of whatever you're doing as an adult here. Well, if you want to teach kids specifically that all of these things that book may have been describing may have been some variant of you being forced into something you don't really want to do, you can teach it. But I'm not sure we specifically need the graphic, like all the specific graphic, very political, let's say, type of things here, guys, all right? I'm not sure we need all of the graphic stuff. And if you listen to the words that are coming out of their mouths here, you start to almost immediately realize that they really do not want the parents specifically to really have a say here. They want a board, a committee to decide if your child is going to partake in whatever they are basically promoting and pushing here, all right? It's not like they don't have a vested interest in it, guys. The parents should have the final say with whatever the kids are going to do here. That's it here. It's like if my kid specifically came home talking all types of craziness here, all right, we're moving, all right? Where are we moving to? Somewhere where this craziness doesn't exist. Do not partake in any type of like gigantic outside influence basically bombarded my child's mind here, bro. And what we just encountered here was like legitimately the sign of the times here. Nothing more than that. You guys all have an absolutely amazing day, all right? Watch your children, guys, all right? Like, make sure you know where they are, what they're encountering, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all right? I was always told kind of growing up here, if you don't want your child doing something, don't allow it to happen. If that makes any sense here, right? And this could be attributed to a lot of things here. Like, listen, if your kid is gay, your kid is gay. It's not really, that's not what I'm pointing out here, right? But guys, understand this here, all right? All of this graphic stuff being delivered to children is absolutely disgusting, despicable. I don't care what angle it's coming from. That's generally not a thing that I'm going to ever back under any circumstances. And if these books are legitimately in the library where people can walk up and basically take these books out from the library here, while there are other people saying that it is perfectly acceptable for your children to basically be introduced to this stuff at a young age, it's not really a good thing. Guys, I truthfully do not see the argument on the other side of the table with this, bro. It just seems like a moral collapse in society. That's what we just encountered here. All right? And people that basically back it. Listen, you guys all have an absolutely amazing day. Enjoy your day thoroughly. If you guys are new here, please like and subscribe. And in the meantime, guys, I'll go and catch you guys later.
Turn up the radio so you can hear the songs I turn up the radio so you can hear the songs I make when I'm all alone thinking about the love you turn up the radio so you can hear the songs I
This is a big deal. No, this is a huge deal. For a limited time, get 2 months free of lightning fast, 100% Frontier Fiber Internet. Now with all-in pricing. No hidden fees, no annual contracts, all backed by a 4-year price guarantee. Hurry, don't miss 2 months free on 100% fiber internet. Switch today. Frontier Fiber, good to go.
Hello, wonderful person, this is Anton, and if you're from certain parts of Europe, you potentially have just experienced once-in-a-generation type of an event. This, the total solar eclipse. And the thing is, every time this type of an event happens, there is a rather fascinating social and biological phenomenon that seems to occur shortly after the moon passes in front of the sun. Okay, technically there are quite a lot of different phenomena, some which we've discussed in videos in the description, but today we're going to discuss one particular phenomenon that might be affecting you as well, assuming you watch this in real time. And you can sort of see it visualized right here. It's visible as these very strange search spikes on Google following major solar eclipses in various locations. And here we have the 2017 and the 2024 spike, and almost a vertical spike, of people typing things like, "My eyes hurt," "eye damage," and even "did I go blind?" And surprisingly, this happens like clockwork, and it's happening right now as well. And that's because thousands and thousands of people suddenly rushed to Google, gripped by a sudden panic that they permanently damaged their vision because they basically pulled a Donald Trump. They looked at the eclipse without protection, or possibly used something that was not really protecting them, such as actually what I did back in the days by using an empty CD in front of the sun, thinking that somehow it's actually going to make things better. And FYI, yeah, don't do that either. I actually got pretty lucky, my vision did not get worse. And so the question is, what exactly is happening here? And is this actually going to lead to permanent eye damage? Or are our bodies just playing some kind of a trick on us, and people that are searching for this might actually be okay? And so to understand this, we basically need to separate public anxiety from actual medical facts, and look at some of the detailed studies published in major medical journals, diving into this somewhat bizarre topic that seems to reoccur every few years. And it's actually going to be very relevant very soon, in 2027, when planet Earth is going to experience one of the longest eclipses ever seen. And I can only imagine even more people are going to be doing this, followed by the Google search afterwards. And so in this video we're going to discuss exactly what's possibly happening with most people, but also discuss a condition called solar retinopathy, and look at what science says about recovering from this damage. But I guess let's start with something that should be obvious. Do not look at the sun, which I guess is kind of ironic because that's something we constantly hear from various public health agencies, and especially before a major eclipse. But human curiosity is a very powerful force, which is why some people, actually a lot of people, still do. But for a lot of these public health agencies, there's always a hazard that, because of this, the emergency departments might become completely overwhelmed because many people might suddenly have major issues with their eyes. And so the question is, does the data actually support this, and is this a reasonable fear? And here we do have a very interesting historical example. Following a total solar eclipse in 1999 in the UK, a lot of public health units were on high alert, and approximately 70 cases of visual problems were officially reported in the country, with the Moorfields Eye Hospital in London receiving approximately 1,600 helpline calls, with other hospitals also receiving a few hundred calls each, with 220 people presenting themselves directly into the emergency department and 64 patients attending special eclipse clinics in Birmingham. In other words, there were definitely a lot of emergencies following the eclipse. But the reality is that none of them were serious damage. They all turned out to be false alarms. Out of all these presentations and following eye examinations, only 14 cases of actual solar retinopathy were officially confirmed at the end. And in pretty much all cases, they all happened because people look at the sun without any protection at all, including one serious case where a patient reportedly looked at the sun for approximately 20 minutes. And honestly, I don't even know what to say to that, but definitely do not do that. And so in the end, following months of investigations and analysis, researchers found that out of 45 people who actually attended a vision therapy, 20 reported visual symptoms, but only 5 had visible retinal changes. In other words, the actual physical damage only seemed to occur in some people, but not most. And if we fast forward to 2024, or the biggest spike on this graph, representing the total solar eclipse in North America, here another massive study that examined various emergency departments in America discovered that compared to the 853 visits before the eclipse related to various types of eye injury, following the eclipse, this increased to 921, or just under 70 more. And so statistically speaking, the difference was completely insignificant. And so basically for public health departments, there was no measurable surge in emergencies. Although here I guess the major side note is that attending an emergency room in the UK is basically free, whereas in the US you do pay quite a lot. And so in some sense, you cannot actually compare these directly. But importantly, this also confirms that this public messaging definitely works, and at least in 2024, no actual physical eye damage was reported following weeks and weeks of preparation before the eclipse. But if the emergency rooms are not being overwhelmed, why is everyone searching Google because their eyes hurt or are possibly scared of eye damage? And so here it's important to talk about these two potential conditions that are causing this, and basically what to do if you think you might be one of these people. And the first and the most obvious concept we have to understand is simple eye strain. And so if your eyes feel sore, if they kind of hurt a little bit, and if they feel super dry following the eclipse, according to American Academy of Ophthalmology, it's most likely the result of eye strain, not an actual permanent solar damage. And there are a couple of very simple biological reasons for this. First, there is the pupil dilation. For example, if you are actually wearing the solar eclipse glasses, especially the certified types, they're able to filter out 99.99% of sunlight completely. And when you put them on, your eyes are suddenly in near total darkness, forcing your pupils to dilate in a very similar way to what usually happens if you turn the lights off at night. But following this, what do? Well, you take off the glasses, possibly to talk to your friends or to look around, and your pupils are suddenly blasted with bright daylight, forcing them to contract rapidly. And doing this repeatedly puts an immense amount of physical stress on your iris, and specifically the muscles responsible for dilation. This alone is enough to cause a lot of pain. But second, there's also just simple squinting and focusing that a lot of people usually do during this time, because you're staring at a very distant, but also relatively small astronomical event, possibly for up to an hour. And this forces your eyes to use very tiny muscles inside of them and also on your forehead in a somewhat unnatural way. With this particular activity even actually having a name. This is today known as the computer vision syndrome, a very similar muscle fatigue you usually get from staring at the screen, especially at night in a dark room. And in this case, the muscle fatigue does actually cause real physical pain. In this case, your eyes will actually once again feel dry, they will most likely hurt, and you might even get a tension headache. But the obvious good news is that all of this is purely temporary. All of this resolves itself within a few hours and following proper hydration and rest. And so essentially for most people, typing in the search that their eyes hurt will usually have everything resolved by itself within just a few days. But there is still a very slight chance for something else, a kind of a painless danger that we also have to discuss. And that's because there is a real danger from a condition referred to as solar retinopathy, also known as photic or eclipse retinopathy, where biology gets exceptionally deceptive. Now I'm going to post the link for this in the description below, but as the name implies, it's basically something to do with your retina. And well, retina is that light-sensitive tissue lining the back of your eye that captures images and sends them to your brain. But the thing is, it has absolutely no pain receptors at all. It cannot feel pain, it cannot even feel any heat, and can thus feel nothing if it's being damaged. Which actually creates a very bizarre psychological trap. And that's because during a partial eclipse, because the moon blocks a large portion of the sun and the sky starts to appear dimmer, our natural reflex of looking away and squinting is physically suppressed. And so it technically becomes much easier to look at the sun directly, sometimes for seconds, or in some cases, minutes. But even though the sun does look less bright, the intense radiation coming from the sun is still passing through the lens of your eye, and is still being directly focused on the central part of the retina referred to as macula, responsible for the sharpest, detailed vision. And here, in some cases, there are two mechanisms that can actually cause serious damage: thermal and photochemical. And so first, the light absorption by the cells in your retina raises the temperature of the retinal tissue by up to 25 degrees Celsius, which can literally cook the proteins inside the cells, causing a physical thermal burn. That's essentially what you're seeing in this image. And typically this only happens if you look at the sun through a focused optical aids, like a telescope or binoculars. But the second and a much more common damage is a photochemical damage. This does not require extreme heat and can actually happen even if the temperature increases by just 4 degrees Celsius. Because in this case, this creates a kind of a cascade of chemical reactions inside the cells, triggering an event referred to as lipid and protein peroxidation, or essentially the light creates highly reactive oxygen species that then physically destroy photoreceptors, causing them to break down. And this is something that can happen very quickly, with some of the famous case studies examining patients who watched a partial eclipse reporting this damage after just 10 to 20 seconds. And this basically involved physical destruction of photoreceptors that surprisingly mirrored the exact shape of the crescent from the partial eclipse. In other words, looking at the eclipse without protection for just 10 seconds reproduced the exactly same shape on the retina of the patient. But they had no idea this happened or that this was even happening because, once again, retina does not feel pain. And that's of course that paradox of the solar eclipse observations. If you are
Make images that impress at the speed of AI. Describe an idea and watch it appear. From prompt to polished PDF.
If your eyes hurt, you might think your eyes are damaged, but in reality it could just be some kind of an eye strain. In contrast, you might not feel any pain, but the eye could be damaged, and you're only going to find out way later when you actually start realizing that your eyes are just not as good anymore, and you might have some kind of an unusual shape inside your vision. And the question here becomes, so if retina has no pain receptors, and you just watched the eclipse, how can you actually know if you've sustained damage? Well, because the damage here is photochemical, the symptoms were almost always a bit delayed. So basically you're not going to feel anything during the eclipse, but the symptoms will appear within 12 hours, possibly by the next day. And the symptoms are not subtle. So when it comes to solar retinopathy, these symptoms usually include somewhat blurry vision, a central blind spot, something known as scotoma, that basically appears in one or both eyes, difficulty reading because the letters become blurry and difficult to see, sensitivity to light, also known as photophobia, and even difficulty with colors, also known as dyschromatopsia. In other words, the vision before the eclipse and after the eclipse, and here we're talking about at least 12 hours after, will not be the same. And that means that if you do experience these symptoms, you may want to consult with an ophthalmologist. Basically, go to an eye doctor and they'll tell you exactly what's wrong. And so if you are one of those unlucky people feeling something in your eyes and basically have some of those symptoms, the next question you might have is, so is it permanent? Well, the good news is that not always. It can be permanent, but in a lot of cases, the prognosis for solar retinopathy is usually favorable. Basically, in most cases, there is a kind of a recovery period, and even without specific treatments, within about 6 months, the vision slowly returns. In fact, studies show that 80 to 84% of patients with mild signs of retinopathy usually recover after 6 months, as the surrounding retina compensates for the permanent damage. But some people are not going to be just as lucky, and about 10% of people might actually suffer from a permanent vision loss. The effects will obviously be different from person to person, but overall the solar damage can indeed be permanent, with that 1999 study basically reporting that after 7 months at least 4 patients still reported difficulty seeing. Most of them contained some kind of a central blind spot that might have never resolved. And unfortunately, as of today, there is no proven way of treating this, and there is no specific medical therapy. So once again, don't look at the sun. Although the good news from recent studies, especially the 2018 study by Nakamura and the 2023 study by Farasat, do suggest that there might be some therapies in the future, such as certain injections and certain oral steroids that can be taken, that can recover some of the vision over time. But I guess in summary, well, so what do you do if you're feeling stressed by sudden pain in your eyes following the eclipse? The good news is that chances are that this is just eye strain. And so if your eyes do hurt, don't panic. It's unlikely to be permanent eye damage. Once again, your retina has no pain receptors, so the eye damage could not have been possibly felt. But if you wake up next morning and notice a blurry patch, a dark spot, or see some things as wavy and blurry, you may want to go to an ophthalmologist just to see what's up. And that's because up to 84% of people that went to an ophthalmologist following damage recovered within 6 months and did not suffer any permanent damage. And so since there's no proven medical cure just yet, the absolute best treatment is, once again, prevention. Never look at the sun, even during the eclipse, without specialized glasses that are certified to protect you from damage. And so if you thought you damaged your eyes because they hurt, hopefully this video clarified it for you, and you know what's happening. On that note, we'll definitely come back and discuss more things about eclipses in some of the future videos, and if things go well in 2027, I'll try to stream this and discuss this in a little bit more detail, just because it's such a special event. On that note, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
Do the shirt, man, just do the shirt.
Cocktails today has to be the old-fashioned. But I ask you, is the old-fashioned actually old-fashioned? Well, I am going to make 2 19th century versions of the cocktail to determine just how the original old-fashioned should taste. So thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video as we make the real old-fashioned old-fashioned. This time on Drinking History. So today I'm going to be making 2 versions of this cocktail so I can show you a little bit of the evolution of the old-fashioned. I know what you're wondering, Max, why aren't you at your bar? You have a whole bar setup you could film this in. And the answer is, it is absolutely covered in stuff, books and glassware and everything. And I determined that it is too hot in my house for me to clear it off, so we're doing this in my kitchen. Anyway, we're going to start the history of the old-fashioned with the history of the cocktail, because that's what an old-fashioned is. It's just short for old-fashioned cocktail. See, cocktail seems to have emerged in the late 18th century, and back then it wasn't the cocktail or a cocktail, it was just cocktail. You had a glass of cocktail. And there are numerous mentions in documents from the late 18th and early 19th century, but in 1806 we get a definition when a reader of the political paper Hudson Balance and Columbian Repository asked what that drink was after it had been mentioned in an article. And the editor, Harry Croswell, responded saying cocktail then is a stimulating liquor composed of spirits of any kind, sugar, water, and bitters. Not very specific, but that's really what it was for the first half of the 19th century. The only real variation was what liquor was going to be in it, because you could have gin cocktail, or rum cocktail, brandy cocktail, or whiskey cocktail. And if it was whiskey cocktail, it probably wouldn't be bourbon. Bourbon was around, but it wasn't very popular. The whiskey to have in 19th century America was rye whiskey, so that is what I'm going to be using as I make this first original cocktail. So take a small piece of sugar and set it in a cocktail glass. Now you'll notice that this is not an old-fashioned glass like we think of today, a rocks glass. This is the old-fashioned cocktail glass, which was more like a small wine glass of sorts. And it would actually eventually become the martini glass. Then add a few drops of bitters on the sugar. You want enough that the sugar will fully absorb it. Now the bitters used at the time were called Stoughton's bitters, and they date back to 1690. Unfortunately, they stopped being made in the late 19th century, so we're going to have to go with something else. You could use Bogart's or Angostura bitters or Peychaud's. All of those were around about 20 years after this mention of the cocktail, so I'm going to use Peychaud's. Then you want to muddle up that bitter-soaked sugar, and then all we do is add the water and the whiskey. I'm using Whistle Pig rye. It's similar to something that they would have had at the time, but the quantity is the question, and for that we have to look to a slightly later definition from 1833. Here, Captain J.E. Alexander says to use 1/3 of the spirit to 2/3 of the water. Add bitters and enrich with sugar and nutmeg. They put nutmeg on absolutely everything back then. If you watch Townsend's, you would absolutely know that. Also, I think it's kind of a weird way to tell us how much water and liquor to use. 1/3 spirit and then 2/3 water. Just kind of an odd way. And in his book Imbibe, which is like the Bible of cocktails, David Wondrich said that this is probably about 2 ounces of whiskey or whatever spirit you want to use to 3 ounces of water. Then we're going to give that a stir to let the sugar dissolve as well as it can, and then, per Captain Alexander's suggestion, we will put a scrape of nutmeg on the top. So how is this different from a modern old-fashioned? Well, first of all, the glass. Second of all, no ice. So it's going to be room temperature. And at this time, pretty much everything was drunk either room temperature or warm. There was ice sold, but it was very expensive and very hard to come by until commercial ice became available in the early part of the 19th century, but at a saloon, they didn't really have it for quite some time. We'll get to that. But so it's room temperature. Also, you'll notice it's not so dark. Part of that's the Peychaud's. They're not as dark as the Angostura bitters. But also there's just a lot more water in here because you don't add water typically to a old-fashioned today other than the ice. Anyway, let's give it a try. Oh, and then the nutmeg, obviously, very different. Actually, that was really good. We gotta start putting nutmeg on things, guys. It's just enough that it like adds just a different depth of flavor. Also, I like rye whiskey. I do like rye whiskey. It's a little more earthy. I don't know, like hay, kind of a hay flavor, wet straw instead of bourbon. Bourbon's fine too, but and you can use either one. I like that, and it's not too sweet. You know, some of the sugar is still at the bottom, and we'll get to what that sugar would. That sugar does get eaten. So this is really the old-fashioned before it got all gussied up with things like ice. But we will be using ice in the next version of the cocktail. But before we get to that, I think it's time for some history.
Of all the tools we use, our most powerful tool is understanding what
It's the middle of the 19th century and saloons are booming all over America, and bartenders are still making the same drinks that they've been preparing for the last 100 years. Mostly eggnogs, flips, juleps, mulled wines, toddies, cobblers, and punches. These are the kinds of drinks that make up the first bartender's guide, written in 1862 by Jerry Thomas. I mean, when you think of a 19th century saloon, you don't typically think eggnog, but Thomas has a whole section of different eggnogs. He also has a huge section on different punches. Cobblers have a section, juleps have a section, and then he also devotes a rather small section to the cocktail. In his words, the cocktail is a modern invention and is generally used on fishing and other sporting parties, although some patients insist that it is good in the morning as a tonic. That's actually when this would be drunk. This would be drunk in the morning when you woke up, instead of like before dinner or something. So times have changed. Anyway, Thomas's brandy, whiskey, and gin cocktails are not all that different from the one made a half-century before, except that instead of sugar, he uses gum syrup, and instead of water, he uses ice, a relatively new product available in saloons of the time. But even though it's made with ice, there is no ice in the drink when it's served. He has you strain out the ice and then serve it in, he says, a wine glass, but it would have been a glass similar to this. Then Thomas also includes recipes for what he calls fancy cocktails. These are the same, except that they add a little extra something in for flavor. One might have a lemon peel, another has a dash of curacao, another a little bit of absinthe. Shortly after he publishes his recipe, other bartenders start publishing theirs for what they call improved cocktails, and these really ramp up the amount of these foreign liquors, things like absinthe and orgeat and curacao and maraschino. Then there was a fortified wine which had come to America in the 1850s and had started to become popular in its own right by the 1860s, vermouth. By 1870, bartenders were using a lot of this in the cocktail, sometimes so much that it was half vermouth, half whatever spirit, and this is where you get the original versions of things like the Manhattan and the Martini. But while these cocktails did become more and more popular, there were those who scoffed. Damn kids with their newfangled cocktails, I want something old-fashioned. Now, it's not clear who the first old codger was to order this old-fashioned at a bar. We will never know. A lot of people take credit for it. There are hotels that say that they were the first one to make it, and it's all bunk, because it was definitely around by 1880 when it appeared for the first time in writing that we know of in the Chicago Daily Tribune. And before long, it was becoming the new fashionable way to drink cocktails. In 1886, the playwright and journalist Leander Richardson wrote that the modern cocktail has come to be so complex a beverage that people are beginning to desert it in favor of old-fashioned cocktails. In the regular line of drinks coming under this name, every bartender seems to have established his own private brand, so that people who are in the habit of whetting their appetites by the use of the friendly cocktail never know beforehand what they are going to take into their stomachs as they pass from bar to bar. The old-fashioned cocktail, on the contrary, is nearly everywhere recognized as being made with a little sugar, a little bitters, a lump of ice, a piece of twisted lemon peel, and a good deal of whiskey. It has no absinthe, no chartreuse, and no other flavoring extract injected into it. But even that is not really an old-fashioned because it now has ice and lemon peel. So I guess you could say that the old-fashioned of the 1880s was actually a new-fashioned old-fashioned. And I would like to say that that's the end of it. That is the drink that you would get today when you go into a bar, and it kind of is. But there's about another 100 years of evolution that this cocktail needs to go through first. See, bartenders are, by nature, tinkerers, and so they always wanted to put their own spin on this drink, even though it was supposed to be pretty simple, just the old-fashioned. So already, by the time that we get the first printed recipe for something called an old-fashioned, that would be in the 1888 edition of Bartender's Manual by Theodore Prue, the old-fashioned has already morphed into something else because his recipe has syrup and absinthe. There are many recipes for old-fashions that appear in the next decades that are the simple kind, but there are just as many that have other liquors added in, and more often different types of fruit. It started with lemon, then orange rind, and then whole slices of orange, and then cherries, and by 1917, people are also adding pineapple. According to many, what really did the old-fashioned in, though, was the poor quality of liquor during Prohibition. In 1938, Westbrook Pegler lamented about that strange affectation cultivated in the time of Prohibition to stifle the taste of the liquor, called the old-fashioned cocktail. A fruit salad dunked in rye and crowned with a sprig of turnip greens. Through the 40s, 50s, and 60s, lots of recipes appear. Some are the classic, and a lot of them, most of them, have some fruit, sometimes so much that they are, like he said, kind of a fruit cocktail. And then they just kind of disappear. In the 70s and 80s, vodka and gin came in and became the more popular liquor to drink, and so whiskey drinks, including the old-fashioned, started to be seen as old-fashioned. Of course, now the drink has made a comeback. They're more popular than ever, as is whiskey, including rye. Rye has really made a resurgence in the last 20 years or so. And now I feel like when you do go to a bar and you order an old-fashioned, you're going to get something similar to what they were making at the end of the 19th century, like this recipe from 1895.
This car isn't finished. Until now. Because the greatest measure of an automobile is how it makes you feel.
Dissolve a small lump of sugar with a little water in a whiskey glass. Add 2 dashes Angostura bitters, a small piece ice, a piece lemon peel, 1 jigger whiskey. Mix with a small bar spoon and serve, leaving spoon in the glass. So just like our early 19th century version, this one does start off with a lump of sugar, but it adds a little bit of water to dissolve it in. And I'm not entirely sure why that is. I'm only guessing that once we add ice and make the liquor cold, it's going to be even harder to dissolve that sugar in it. Another difference is that instead of the original cocktail glass, the wine glass kind of thing, this does call for a whiskey glass, but it's not like the kind that you use for whiskey tastings. This type of whiskey glass was essentially a small rocks glass like we use today. Then we add 2 dashes of Angostura bitters and a small piece of ice. But exactly how big is a small piece of ice? Because even in that one decade, in the 1890s, people were arguing about how much ice to add to this drink. One description from 1890 says that a piece of ice as big as a thumbnail is added with a small piece of lemon peel. The drinker then pours his stint of rye whiskey into the glass and works his elbow. By the way, that is how it used to be done. The person ordering the drink would pour their own whiskey in, and I can't imagine any bar today letting you do that. Anyway, so that's one description, saying a thumbnail-sized piece of ice, basically a chip of ice. But then another description from 1899 says, have lump ice about the size of an egg, but cut square or diamond shape, as this tends to improve the appearance very much in serving. Now this still isn't nearly as big as those massive cubes, the modern cubes that are like clear and everything that you'll get at nice bars, but it is definitely more than a chip of ice, so I am going with something kind of the size of a small egg, I guess. So add the ice in, and then make a piece of lemon peel and squeeze it over the top and drop it in, and then a jigger, which at this time was 1.5 ounces of whiskey. Give it a nice stir, and he says to actually serve it with the spoon. And remember when I said I would tell you what happened to the sugar at the bottom? This is what happens. They would leave a spoon either in the glass or next to it, and they would be special old-fashioned spoons. They were called old-fashioned spoons. You could buy them. And then when you were done with the cocktail, you would spoon out the sugar that hadn't dissolved and just eat it as a little sweet treat at the end. So I tasted the early 19th century, and now it is time for the late 19th century, which I think is closer to the modern version. Cheers. It's good. It's a lot stronger than this one. You can see why, just in the color. This one had a lot of water in it. This one has pretty much none, just a little bit of the ice, which is starting to melt, and it'll be completely gone in a few seconds because it's friggin' hot in here. Also, the orange peel is a very adds a very different layer than the nutmeg. I kind of like the nutmeg. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's an exciting flavor to add to whiskey, and it just kind of, I don't know, it complements. They're both kind of warm flavors going together. I also feel like this is not as sweet. I feel like maybe the sugar didn't dissolve as well, except, I don't know. I'm not seeing, oh, yep, nope, there's plenty of sugar there at the bottom. So yeah, that's what people would use this spoon. I mean, I won't finish it right now in front of you. Okay, well that's not really working. Anyway, they'd eat the sugar after they finish the cocktail. Now there are other versions of the old-fashioned because there was the whiskey old-fashioned, but also then the gin old-fashioned and the rum old-fashioned and the brandy old-fashioned. In fact, today, I think even now, if you go to Wisconsin and you order an old-fashioned, you'll often get brandy instead of whiskey. But I think if you went into a bar pretty much anywhere else and you ordered either a brandy or a gin old-fashioned, they would look at you like it was your first time ordering at a bar. Anyway, these are two very delicious, very simple recipes. And so they're both worth making just to kind of see the difference and see how a cocktail evolved over about 100 years. And I will make sure to put the recipes, as always, up on my website, tastinghistory.com, a website that I built with today's sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace is the easiest all-in-one platform to build.
Can you give me examples from the scripture, directly in context, that would advise or point to the actions of any of these specific people?
On September the 11th, 2001, 19 hijackers cried Allahu Akbar as they murdered nearly 3,000 people, flying planes into...
Look what my wife made me! I'm so blessed. Look at this. Thank you. Thank you, babe. I love you.
From your holy book.
A most revealing debate at Oxford University.
Can you give me examples from the scripture, directly in context, that would advise or point to the actions of any of these specific people?
On September the 11th, 2001, 19 hijackers cried Allahu Akbar as they murdered nearly 3,000 people, flying planes into the Twin Towers. On the 7th of July, 2005, 4 British Muslim suicide bombers slaughtered 52 commuters on London's tube and a bus, declaring, "We are at war and I am a soldier." I don't need to give you those examples because all of these men who slaughtered Westerners, who slaughtered other Muslims, gave their quotes from your holy book.
A most revealing debate at Oxford University, which is a must-watch and listen.
I just want to take up a few points that we've heard from the other side, which is really their strongest argument appears to be that anybody that's done something bad in the name of Islam actually wasn't really Muslim or wasn't really carrying out the true scripture of Islam. And indeed, they are non-believers. But even those people, Islam has some pretty vile treatments in store for. So on that basis alone, for non-believers of Islam, I would query whether or not we should be suspicious of it. And I must say again, I must echo the thanks to the President for her hospitality in bringing us here tonight. I have admiration for her holding this debate. She was also a wonderful host at the dinner. Last time they sat me almost outside, but she had me on the high table. Indeed, she offered me some wine, but I thought that Allah had cursed wine, its drinker, its server, its seller, its buyer, its presser, and the one for whom it's pressed, the one who carries it, and the one to whom it is carried. So I hope that she still counts as a Muslim, given that her version of Islam is one that sounded much nicer than the one that many of us are familiar with. 5 minutes before Salman Abedi detonated his bomb, killing 22 people at an Ariana Grande concert in Manchester Arena, he was spotted by Kyle Lawler, an 18-year-old security guard. And after the bombing, Kyle told the Inquiry, "I just had a bad feeling about him." Kyle had been suspicious, but he didn't act, he didn't raise the alarm. Why? Here's what he said. "I felt unsure about what to do." That's what he told the Inquiry. And being branded a racist, it made me hesitant. 22 people were killed. This is a lesson in ignoring suspicion, and it's one that the West needs to learn urgently. No, thank you. I've had phone calls this week from friends, family, colleagues. Some called to praise me for my courage, others to question my sanity for coming back here, and one or two who begged me not to speak with you tonight. Why? In what way does it take courage to come and speak at a student debating society? Why would it be foolish for my safety to debate at the invitation of a Muslim woman with 2 Muslim men and a mock Victorian Catholic knight? We all know why. Which bit is mock? Well, the Victorian. We all know why. It's why there's quite a lot of security here. It's why there's a bit of electricity in the air. It's why this debate generated news coverage before it even happened. It is because of Islam. Now, I'm not a Muslim. For the purposes of full disclosure, I'm a Jew and a Briton. So I'm not here to speak for Muslims and what individual Muslims do or don't think, or feel, or believe. I'm not here to argue over Quranic verses and hadith. I'm here tonight to represent the other side of this debate, Western values. I'm here to talk about how Islam has encroached on our lives. I would love not to be here, especially at this time. I would love never to talk about this topic again, never to talk about Islam. It's not my faith, it's not my ideology. But over and over again, it has confronted me, coming for my life, for your lives. I am not motivated by hate, whatever those people outside say. The only person in this debate who has made physical threats was over there. No, thank you. I am motivated by love. Love for freedom, love for life, love for debate, for discussion, love for the West. The West is a civilization of defiant liberty and fearless truth-telling, and that is why I'm here now. Now, I often ask people what their first conscious memory of Islam was. For me, it was as a child of 8 or 9 when Salman Rushdie published the Satanic Verses. What followed was a global eruption of Islamic fury. Book burnings in the streets, a death fatwa from Ayatollah Khomeini, and a trail of terror that crossed decades and borders. My own father, a bookseller, who believed in the fundamental Western right to read and write even offensive ideas, was forced to sell copies from behind the counter for fear of his own life. Translators were stabbed, publishers shot. And over 30 years later, in 2022, a young Muslim assassin, Hadi Matar, nearly murdered the elderly Rushdie on stage in New York, blinding him in one eye, because he wrote a story. Yet, in the face of this medieval intolerance, Rushdie struck back with the West's greatest weapons, his pen and his mind, writing a new book, Knife, He fought violence with art, Western. They fought art with violence, Islamic. But you don't need to be a writer to have suffered the violent intrusion of Islam into your life. On September the 11th, 2001, 19 hijackers cried Allahu Akbar as they murdered nearly 3,000 people in the name of Islam, flying planes into the Twin Towers. On the 7th of July 2005, 4 British Muslim suicide bombers slaughtered 52 commuters on London's tube and a bus, declaring, "We are at war and I am a soldier." In 2013, Michael Adebilajo beheaded the young British soldier Lee Rigby in broad daylight on a Woolwich street, and then proudly told police and cameras, his hands dripping in blood, "I'm a soldier of Allah." Theo van Gogh, stabbed, shot, nearly decapitated in Amsterdam for criticising Islam. His killer pinned a note to the body declaring it was done, quotes, "by the law that commands me to cut off the head of anyone who insults Allah and his prophet."
What if you could make a song using only your voice? Let's start with the drum.
Can you give me examples from the scripture, directly, in context, properly, that would advise or point to the actions of any of these specific people?
This is the crux of this point. I don't need to give you those examples because all of these men who slaughtered Westerners, who slaughtered other Muslims, gave their quotes from your holy book. Ayan Hirsi Ali, no thank you, who worked with Van Gogh, she's lived with round-the-clock protection ever since. She was a Muslim who committed the crime of leaving that faith and criticizing it. Are you starting to see the pattern yet? In 2006, Ilan Halimi, a French Jew, was kidnapped, tortured for 24 days and burnt alive by a gang who shouted, guess what? Allahu Akbar. A rabbi and 3 small Jewish children gunned down at a school in Toulouse. A kosher supermarket in Paris, 4 Jews executed. A teacher at Batley Grammar School here, hounded into hiding by Muslim mobs baying for his death for showing a cartoon. Charlie Hebdo, 3 gay friends in Reading, David Amos MP, Streatham, London Bridge, Westminster Bridge, Parsons Green, Manchester Victoria Station, journalists, gay men, Jews, MPs, commuters, police, ordinary citizens. The list goes on and on. Dishonest people will tell you that this is not Islam, but extremism. Extreme what? Extreme Jainism, extreme Quakerism. The 2 converts to Islam opposite cannot deny that those killers were Muslim, following their Islamic beliefs. They said it themselves. The list of Islamic contributions to our Western life demonstrates that human cost, the human cost that makes people in here afraid to even talk about Islam. That's why we're suspicious of Islam. And don't worry, I know that Islam is not all violence. It's also political. In 1928, Hassan al-Banna founded the Muslim Brotherhood, a disciplined movement to reverse the fading of traditional Islamic life in Egypt, building an entire alternative Islamic society. I have another couple of pages, which I hope you'll give me the courtesy of. Building an entire Islamic society, mosques, schools, charities, youth groups, businesses, institutions, which they then spread to the West. And their devised strategy was one of patient Islamic transformation from within. A civilizational jihad. Don't worry, that is not a far-right name made up by Tommy Robinson or me. That's actually what they called it, and we know that because the FBI seized their 1991 explanatory memorandum setting out the plan to settle in the West, build Islamic centers as bases, infiltrate institutions, and work until, quote, Allah's religion is made victorious over all other religions. No, thank you. Nearly a century later, they are widely accepted across Europe and in the US and much of the West as a dangerous threat to democracy. So Islam doesn't only attack with bombs. Sometimes it uses our own freedoms and our own land and our own institutions against us. So I'm asking you to believe your own eyes, to accept your own survival instincts, apply the same rational thought to Islam that you would and should to any other set of ideas and behaviours. Kyle Lawler, that Manchester Arena security guard, will live forever with the heavy weight of ignoring his suspicion. Don't be Kyle Lawler. Don't be afraid to call out an urgent danger that you instinctively identify just because you're afraid. What we have in the West is worth protecting. Our freedoms, our culture, our ethics, this university, this country, all of it. And it can compete, it can win, but only if you stay curious, stay intelligent, stay suspicious, especially of Islam.
Wow, what beautiful words, brilliant, the way it was presented, and how true and honest you are. Yes, you are a Jew, you are a Briton, and you do not have any reason why you should want to be at this debate. But you had no choice, because you need to be a voice, and we need to be a voice. The world needs to listen and hear to what we're talking about. What you are referencing is, and you just said it, that you are there in love, you are there in peace, and they are there in hate. When you talk about comparative religions, let's just take a look at the bedrock, the foundation of Judaism. Let's look at the very first Jew, known as Abraham. Abraham grew up not in a Jewish home. He grew up in a pagan home of idol worshippers. Yet Abraham spent 75 years on a journey discovering God. When he discovered God and introduced God into the pagan world, he introduced the concept of monotheism, getting people away from idol worshiping, even his own family from idol worshiping. But what was the very first thing that Abraham did to begin a religion? The very first thing is him and his wife Sarah set up a tent, as recorded in the Bible. He set up a tent that had 4 doors to it. And he invited guests to come in, and he fed them, and he gave them provisions in the hot, scorching desert, shelter and all. And when they would thank him, he would say, "Don't thank me, thank God in heaven." That's how he introduced God to the world, through kindness, through benevolence, through generosity, through sympathy, through empathy. This is the bedrock of Judaism. That's how Judaism was created. That's how religion was created. And Judaism is the mother of all religions. What began through an act of kindness became the Jewish people as we know it today, in very contrast to the Islam religion. When we look at the history, when Muhammad was declared, what was the first thing he did? He beheaded 600 people, Jewish people. He married one of the widows by force. His religion was founded on death, on murder, on pain, on suffering. If you just contrast both religions, we are worlds apart. With our religion as Judaism and the Judeo-Christian alliance that has developed over the centuries, we have come to an understanding that to be godly is to be loving. To be godly and spiritual means to respect God's children regardless of race, color, or religion. No one has the right to take another person's life under any circumstances. The Ten Commandments says, "Thou shalt not murder." We do not have a right to take another person's life just because we disagree with them, just because we don't believe what you believe. That belongs in the 7th century. That has no place in the 21st century. And I believe that that's what this debate at Oxford is coming down to. Let the world realize that we need to move on. We need to move away from killing for religion. There's no place to kill another person because they don't believe what you believe. Everyone is entitled to believe what they believe. And if your God tells you to kill others because they don't believe what you believe, then you got a wrong God. Then it's not a God. You're worshiping the devil. And this is a death cult that we shall not tolerate in the 21st century. Either you change your ways and you come in peace, or we as the West have to protect ourselves and be proactive and not allow another Hitler to rise to try to annihilate us. God bless you. God loves you.
I guess I didn't show Trump's speech today, so I'll go ahead and show that. It's not going to be live, so I'm going to fast forward at 1.15 just to kind of like get through it, because I mean I've already seen it, but like support, man. It's about support. Man, oh man. Okay, good. Thank you. Oh, fuck. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm over here trying to get this going here, but something's stopping me from doing. I have full internet connection and it's just frozen right now. Oh, come on. Well, like I said, I guess I was trying to give this person another chance to see if she cusses as much. But if she cusses too much, then I can't keep putting her in my, uh, what is it, my playlists. I knew there were some things that I just, for some reason, were on the right playlist. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm probably not going to stay up the whole night, guys. I got up really early to get this electrical thing done with the guys today, and it was a lot, but they did more work than I did. Moving shit around. I didn't install anything. I want to watch that ramen stuff with you and comment about it myself because I think it was actually really well said and well done. I mean, I just don't have 26 minutes for ramen again today. And normally I don't react to stuff like this, like clickbaity shit, but like to be honest with you, like I don't see the big deal. Like obviously, like she didn't say it like with the hard R, and I don't really think she meant it like that either. And I mean, I've been growing up around this shit my whole life, and people have been using this fucking word as a thing, and I think it's the stupidest shit in the world. It's not even the right word. It's just it's all fucking off. I can't do it all. Like I get it. Like I said, my family ancestors owned slaves. Ooh, whatever the fuck. I mean, but bro, like, come on, dude. Like nobody alive right now owns slaves in America, and nobody alive right now was a slave. Like, I mean, come on now. My toads are hopping around. Gotta throw them some worms. You gotta give me a minute. Okay, so it looks like we got the majority of the stuff. I don't know why the speech for Trump it just didn't show. Oh, you know what? It's probably because I had done it on it was on Rumble. Okay, so we'll go over to Rumble and watch it on Rumble. Like unless I can't find it really quick if the internet's gonna cooperate. I swear to God, if this keeps this up, I'm going to call my internet provider. I mean, I've never had this shit be like this. I mean, I even went out of my way to plug my LAN in and it's still shitty. Like, oh my God. God, oh damn. This is getting something else. Not even it doesn't have anything to do with my CPU power. Like, this shit is cresting at 40. We're dropping FPS for some reason. And there's nothing even to drop FPS about. You know what they need for your subscription thing? You need one of those things that like you can tap the letter. Like for real. Like for people who actually use the fucking app. Like I mean, that would be nice. I can't do it. Like I'm sitting here and I'm trying to scroll all the way down to the White House and it's like I have to go to the bottom of my list to get to it and it's the stupidest thing in the world. My God, it's not even at the bottom. Where is it here? Good thing I have this figured out, right? I mean, for the love of heavens. My Israel channel is almost at 1,000. Did I just like not subscribe to them or something? Like, I mean, you'd be surprised that I can actually read all this. You can't see it right now, but okay, so I'm reading it. Like, I'm reading all of this. Oh shit, I didn't click on that. What the hell? Oh. You know, I have no idea what this problem is right now, but it's definitely something else, huh? I don't know, folks. I mean, it's never been this bad. I might have to just cancel the stream, guys. I can call my provider up. This is so crap. I've never seen it this bad. Constantly. I mean, god damn, bro. Got shit to do, bro. Oh my god. We're just gonna watch these guys eat some lionfish for the start of it, and then get going, okay? Because I'm hungry.
Big one. Look at the tail of that monster coming out of there. You guys keep saying, hey, you're catching all these venomous fish. What are you going to do with a venomous fish? That seems crazy, right? So look at what we got. Oh, my gosh. There's a big one. Look at the tail of that monster coming out of there. Oh, my God. Boom. Oh, my God. They just keep tumbling out. Well, we'll tell you one thing you can do with a venomous fish. Venom is something that needs to be injected into your body, and that's the big difference. Poison is something that you ingest, and there's nothing poisonous about this fish. As you can see, these venom spines are far away. I don't even cut them off, but I highly...
It's also a thing about your stomach acids are way stronger than just something getting into your veins via sting, or like, let's say, like, that's how West Nile travels and stuff for the mosquitoes. It's like if West Nile was put into your stomach acids, it wouldn't survive, bro. Like, this is
highly recommend if you're filleting a fish that is venomous to cut off all the spines. But we can actually show you, we're actually going to feed some people this fish, and I'm actually going to eat it with venom on it. So as you can see, I'm enjoying it. It tastes great. There's no fishiness at all. Alex is absolutely addicted to eating lionfish, and it's like candy for him. He absolutely loves it. But I'm going to pop this spine off real quick and show you how safe it is. Venom is not an issue. You can go ahead and stick the lionfish with the venomous spine. And if you're not convinced of that, I'm going to literally pull... Okay, I died. No, but I'm going to literally pull the sheath down, lick the venom. No problem here, guys. Don't poke yourself in the tongue, though. These kids were over at the dock doing some hanging out, and I see if they wanted to do it and try it, but
Yeah, that actually is good.
he thinks it's great.
Yeah, it's just fresh fish. You want to try it?
Yeah.
All right. He's trying the invasive lionfish. No fishiness, right?
No.
Doesn't taste like you're eating fish whatsoever, huh?
No.
You have it there, folks.
Hey, there's one left. Can I have the last piece?
Of course.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Alex is kind of addicted to this. He's got problems. He loves it.
Builders. It's not our job title. It's a mindset. Base 44. We're done. Done waiting. Done accepting something can't be done. We're here to build. Canned is dead. Base 44.
Governor Ron DeSantis says the state is working to introduce electric air taxis by the end of this year, offering a potential new way to get around the busy I-4 corridor, which runs adjacent to the theme park. So if you visited the Sunshine State, you may have gotten stuck in some traffic around there. The Florida Department of Transportation is now working on the infrastructure needed to support the technology, and the first phase will be focusing on Central Florida. Joining us now is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Governor, thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning.
Good morning.
All right. Well, you said a few days ago at a press conference that Florida is turning this somewhat of a dream into a reality by creating these electric taxis. What do you see as the biggest opportunity for this technology in Florida, maybe even more specifically in areas like Orlando or Tampa?
Well, first, I just think back as a kid, I remember watching Back to the Future. And you do it, they do the this stuff, and then at the end you think it's going to be over, and then Doc Brown comes and is like, Marty, we need to go back. God, there's other issues, and so he pulls out of the driveway, and Marty says, Doc, there's not enough road to get to 88 miles an hour, and Doc says, roads, where we're going, we don't need roads, and then he hovers up and then goes. Now, obviously, we're not going to do time travel, but that was something that always stuck with me. And then watching the Jetsons as a kid, could you have some of this air mobility? Wouldn't that be something that would be really neat? The technology is now getting to where this is going to be a reality. So we were at the SunTrax facility there in Polk County in the videos that you're showing. That's been a test track that we've had in Florida for the last 10 years. We test traffic solutions. We've done a lot of autonomous vehicle testing, and now we're doing advanced air mobility. We have 2 vertiports. So you're going to be seeing those flights tested in Central Florida this year. And so what would that be? I think there's a range of things. I mean, on the consumer end, it's possible that you have those that would be consumer personal vehicles that would be able to fly. I think probably more likely that you'll see soon is it'll be like an air taxi. So if you're in Tampa Airport and you want to go to Disney World or Universal, you could drive on I-4, and we've made that better than it was because we've expanded the lanes and we're doing more, but it's still not the best roadway to drive. And you would be able to go up, lift off in the middle of a city vertiport, and then land someplace, even in an urban area, because it's clean, it's quiet because of the EV, and it's got a range of about 100 miles. So I think it's something that is just scratching the surface of what it could be. But our view is in Florida, we want to be on the forefront of the innovation. We've got this great infrastructure. We have some of the best companies in the world that are testing this stuff. And I'm glad that Florida was selected by US DOT to be one of a few states that are the advanced air mobility leaders.
You mentioned something, Governor, that these could be in the skies by the end of this year. And I just want to reference again this post that we just had up that you had shared to social media, speaking about SunTrax, which is this research and testing facility in Polk County. What needs to happen between now and then to make that timeline a reality in terms of this testing?
I think honestly, it's tracking that, they've been doing test flights in other areas as well. I think we would love to see, the first commercial flight that would actually taxi real people by the end of the year. Clearly, you're going to see test flights. I don't think that's going to be an issue. But, it's interesting because you show that and you show the picture of the SunTrax. We are also doing the cyber cabs, the Tesla cyber cabs, the Waymos, about the driverless vehicles, which, is something that I'm sitting in that thing and they have all these hazards that go out on our SunTrax to try to trip the car up. And it navigated every single one of those very well. I do think you're going to see some of that technology put in the eVTOLs as well. Ultimately, you will need a pilot in there. It will likely be able to taxi 3 people. But I think eventually it will likely be an automated system.
And Governor, I just wanted to share this with you, just going off of what you just said there. We've been asking our viewers to weigh in there about all of this, saying, would you ride in a flying vehicle? And 64% of them saying yes. So there is a lot of interest here with this. But, we'd have to imagine that some people may have concerns about safety, right? And the state is preparing to test security screening, air traffic control, and aircraft themselves. But what are the biggest safety questions you want answered during this testing phase?
Now, Newsmax is conducting its own poll on President Trump's job performance. It takes just a minute to vote, so let us know what you think if President Trump is doing a good job. We at Newsmax want to know your opinion, so make sure you vote and your voice is heard. Vote today.
This is the fake ad you see everywhere, right? But this is Ebony, a real game. Now, I know what you're thinking. Aren't they exactly the same? No, because Ebony is the real number gate runner game. Gotta try it, huh? Nobody ever believes me, but this really is just like the ads in real life.
Great! Woohoo! Oh, yeah! Ebony. Download now.
Well, that's part of the reason we have SunTrax. So we want to make sure that as these technologies come online, that they're safe. The whole point of getting from A to B is that you actually arrive to B safely. And we'd rather not have to wait in traffic for hours and get there a lot quicker. But clearly, people are going to want to see that that's safe. My sense is that the results so far have been very good on the eVTOLs. It's certainly been very good on the Teslas and the Waymos in terms of the road autonomy. So I think you're just going to continue to see the tests prove the data out, and then people will be able to make their judgments. But, it's interesting. There's some people, even to this day, they don't like flying in airplanes. They don't want to take a commercial flight. I have friends. It's like, I don't want to get on a plane, which, I respect people's views on what they want to do. But statistically, flying on a commercial plane is much safer than getting in your car and driving 4 or 5 hours. It is not even close. I think you'll probably see that the results are going to be similar here. And clearly, if this is not something that's going to be able to be done safe, then the whole business model goes out the window. So this is one where I think the industry is going to be pushing to show that it's safe, because they need to show to consumers that this is something that they can have confidence with. I think that's likely going to happen from everything I've seen.
Now, long-term, Governor, this idea is that these aircraft are eventually going to operate as an Uber or a taxi service. I think some Floridians might be wondering, what is the cost of this? Is this going to be affordable for Floridians, or what is that going to look like initially starting off?
Well, it's hard to say initially. I think, like anything, if this is something that scales and there's strong demand for it, what you'll see a lot of these things produced. You'll see routes come in. It'll be done, I think, in ways that are orderly, and you'll have something where you land in an airport and you can get ferried to some of these key places, within probably initially that 100-mile radius. And I think that's going to be very, very attractive. If you only do it for like the uber wealthy, then this is just not something that's going to scale. And I don't think the companies ultimately are going to be profitable enough to be able to sustain this. So I think they have an incentive to make sure that this is something that's attainable for regular people. And I think they will get there. I can't tell you on day one, it's going to be something that's going to be as cheap as riding in an Uber is now on the ground. But I do think as time goes on and people gain confidence in this, if the demand is there, I do think it's going to scale.
Now, beyond passenger travel, these vehicles, they could also be used for medical transportation, emergency response, public safety. Is that something already in the works, or is there a timeline on that?
No, sure. Well, there's a variety of things. So clearly, disaster response, that's something that's a big deal in the state of Florida. Like, why would you want one of these vertical lift? Well, a helicopter it's very noisy. It has a lot of dust that it kicks up because of the propellers. This is very quiet. It could get you into some tight spots that potentially could be useful in a disaster. Also, EMS situations, also law enforcement. Now, it's interesting, the military is interested in this, and that'll be very helpful for these companies if there's a good military. What I think the military has said, and I actually agree with this, right now these are all electric. And, I'm not somebody that says everything needs to be electric. I know some people say that. And I think the hybrid models of these eVTOLs, when you have some jet fuel and the electric battery, that's going to increase the range dramatically. So from a military perspective, I think the demand is going to be, we appreciate the electric. We like kind of how it's designed, but we do need to have some jet fuel in there too. That may end up being how they do some of the passenger stuff as well. So, and then there's also commercial uses where businesses will be able to use it for moving different goods and even services in some respects. So I think there's a wide variety of applications. Now, look, in certain parts of the country, may not make as much sense, right? If you don't have a lot of traffic, if it's easy to get from A to B, but there's certain spots, Tampa, Orlando on I-4, West Palm Beach to Miami down on I-95, places in like New York City to some places on Long Island. You got places in California where you could go. So Texas, there's definitely areas where this, I think, is going to be something that could be value added.
I tried a ton of AI work tools. Then I tried Monday.com. Game over. Monday.com is super easy to use and knows how to do AI right. I use it for insights and action suggestions constantly, especially on those back-to-back meeting days. And my team used Monday Sidekick to work up all kinds of marketing content for the different platforms. So stuff that takes my team hours is now done before they even open their laptop. All these AI features are built directly into Monday.com and actually use our real data. With Monday.com, AI isn't some over-promising future. It's here. It just works. Like, actually saves us time and resources kinda works.
Monday Sidekick. AI you'll love to use. Start a free trial today at Monday.com.
One of my last few questions for you here. This was another post that you had shared saying, I was also proud to announce that the Florida Department of Transportation is partnering with Embry-Riddle and Polk State to help Florida students prepare for exciting career opportunities, to quote you there directly. With Florida investing in flying vehicles and partnering with these colleges to train the next generation of workers, what specific skills and training will students need to build in order to operate something like a flying taxi?
Well, the good thing about it is this runs the gamut, and it's not just on the eVTOLs. It's not even just on autonomous vehicles. I mean, we've been doing things at the high school level. We've been doing things at our state college system on things like aircraft maintenance. You have people graduating high school in Florida 18 years old, and they're getting hired by SpaceX on the Space Coast of Florida. So there's a wide variety of things, from more traditional blue-collar crafts to things that would require more significant education and things like engineering. And I think that the possibilities are going to continue to evolve in this space. So what we've told our folks is, listen, be nimble. You have people coming in. Our high school programs need to be nimble. Our state college programs need to be nimble. Fortunately, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, it's not one of our state universities, but they're a private university that we've partnered with on a whole bunch of stuff. And their whole focus is aviation. And there's probably no better place to go in America if you want to be involved in aviation than Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. So they're always at the vanguard of this. And so to have them as one of our partners, along with Polk State College, we have the high schools, we have the state college, and then we have a really high-level advanced university. That's going to cover all of the skills that are going to run the gamut on how all these things develop.
Governor, I know we covered a lot of ground here. Is there anything else that you'd like to ask before answer for us before I let you go here? Maybe I didn't touch on something that you want people to know, as they might look up to the skies here by the end of 2026, and they're going to be seeing these electric taxis.
Well, look, I mean, we're proud that we have been a leader in this. We do have those 2 vertiports at SunTrax. This is going to evolve. I do think at some point, you're going to have a possibility where kind of, middle-class Americans may be able to have a personal advanced air mobility vehicle. They have the Jetson 1 now. These things are going to evolve. And that's what I was asking. So we had some of the companies there the other day at the SunTrax, and I said, okay, when are people going to be able to do this? Are you going to be able to bring it to scale and mass market it? And it's not just something that only like billionaires can do. And they said that that's a possibility. And so, I just think about think to the Jetsons, think to some of those stuff. This may be something that is impacting people just on a personal level. I can't tell you that's going to happen, by the end of this year, obviously, but that's where the technology is going. And it just gives people more opportunities and hopefully in a safe way to be able to get from point A to point B. So it's an exciting time. We're at the vanguard of it. Sometimes when you do this stuff, they're trying to develop new technologies in one direction. Sometimes they stumble into things that go into another direction. So we could probably meet up again in a couple years, and there'll be things that have been developed that we weren't even thinking about right now.
Right, and that's why I asked you at the beginning of this interview, what do you see long-term for this in the state of Florida? So thank you so much for joining us. Governor DeSantis on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate it. Thanks.
Alien lovers, alien deniers, come, don't be shy. I'm something like Constantine here, where I walk between these worlds. I very firmly believe aliens are out there, but I very strongly deny they've ever paid us a visit here. And no matter how many times I am given uppies hoisted on a mountaintop to scream it from the top of my lungs, I still get denigrated and reduced to a non-believer in aliens. Just because I don't think they've been here. I think they're out there, those dirty cosmic perverts. And if they ever come for this butt, I'm parrying it. But I don't think they ever have. And I don't think they ever really will. There is nothing that makes me really believe that we have ever been visited, especially when all of the narratives rely on them crashing here at some point. And the reason why I'm talking about this is there's been a huge interview with David Grush, which is someone I've talked to.
Okay, well, dude, you gotta realize that, like, if they're interstellar here and they don't want to be seen, the only time they're going to be seen is when they were shot down. I mean, I don't know what the fuck kind of logic you just shot at me, but bro, like, what if their culture was to not interfere with anything of the other worlds? Of like, if you're a gamer, look at Kingdom Hearts. Is Sora supposed to walk around everywhere, bro, and just like announce that he's from another world, bro? I mean, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, they're doing their job, like, clearly, like, they're not being seen on purpose.
About before, because he is a whistleblower who I've found and many others have found to be like a pretty credible source for this kind of information. And not long ago, he publicly went in front of the whole world to talk about this and even had like a private hearing about it and could only reveal like little morsels of information. But it was very interesting at the very least. It made me believe that maybe we're on the cusp of like some kind of big disclosure day event where we've got videos of gray aliens, you know.
Okay, dude. If you're really like, you need to look into my channel. If you really are gonna like try to strike me, bro, like you really got to look at my channel before I do. Like this shit. I don't even. Am I fucking subscribed to you? You got like 20 million subscribers. I am. I mean, like this is something that I will. You know what? Until you change what you said, you're not getting that back. Because I mean, that is for you to admit that they're out there but haven't visited here, and then for you to say that they don't exist, it's completely oxymoronistic, and I don't know if I can listen to you anymore about anything. So coming from somebody who's actually seen something, so like you don't understand, like you don't know anything. Like for you to say like you're expecting gray aliens, that's the cover up. Like this shit is like, I don't understand. Bro, like they've already said plasma beings exist, and you're sitting here like you want the little green men or the grays, bro. Like you're out of your mind. That's not
pushing
real.
Mongo and he hitting a dark slide grind down 30 stairs or something, right? But nothing ever.
Like crypto from that's a better picture for you to be frozen on. But like that game crypto, like I forget what the fuck it is. Destroy All Humans or whatever. Crypto, that gray, that's not a thing. Like that's not. That was meant to scare kids. Period.
Has, and now he just did an interview that he talks about a lot of big things, making huge claims, but still, some of the stuff he talks about, he is mentioning like recovering wreckage and shit. I just cannot. Like, I can't just...
It's called Operation Blue Fly. Look it up, bro. It's a legit thing that after, what is it? The United States Air Force's Operation, it's not Operation Blue Book, whatever, Project Blue Book, there we go. Which was like the X-Files for the Air Force. Like, they had Operation Blue Fly, which was to come and pick up the crafts. Like, you have no idea, bro. Like, you need to stay in your lane.
Spin my disbelief enough to actually like bite onto that titty for this milk. I can't, because if there are extraterrestrials that have reached this planet, it means that they have the technology to travel light years, which is an unfathomable.
You know why it's unfathomable? Because it's by design. It's designed to be unfathomable. Have you ever been to the Grand Canyon and looked over the side of the Grand Canyon, and can your eyes possibly focus on the end of that? Like, don't you think that we're having some type of parallax like that, like when we're looking at the stars, but yet we're still trying to just like judge it off of the hue of the light that's hitting our sensors? Like this whole thing, like, yes, like, is amazing and everything, and like the Voyager is charting territory and it's leaving the Oort cloud, but like at the end of the day, like I get it, like in order for you to have the like you actually need to see the craft like at its home world to be like, oh wow, yeah, this craft was an alien craft. Like that is your perception of reality, to where if in my reality, these things don't need ships. These things don't like need anything. Like they're in a different dimension from us. They're intelligent light forms. Like you don't understand. Like fourth dimension doesn't even cover it, bro. Like you need to just rethink about the subject before you get in some hot water.
Fathomable, and by our current understanding of how everything works, impossible feat. So if they do reach us,
it's impossible.
Their technology is beyond our comprehension.
For apes, you don't even understand, like, bro, like how crazy this is for me to think that we know so much, right? We know so much, we don't know anything at all. Like the whole thing with quantum computing and stuff, I think it will really help open up the people's minds with the computations of Drake equations and stuff like this to make you guys actually understand that it's impossible for us to be alone. So that's why I'm going a little bit too hard. So like for you to sit here and just like, because you haven't seen it, you don't believe it is like, I'm so done at this point, bro. Like if I had NASA's budget, I couldn't capture like the details of what I saw. Like the human eye is just that much better than anything at the time in which I saw it. Like I couldn't, like, it'd be easier for me to build a time machine and go back and show you that way than actually getting photograph evidence of the shit. So like, you need to really like understand how like awful it is for people who actually have seen this stuff, and for you to just sit there and be like, well, I haven't seen it. Well, like we wish you could have seen it, but at the same time, I don't think you deserve to see it. So sorry. There's a reason why you haven't.
And there's
seen
no
anything.
fucking way that it would crash here. Like, what are the odds of that? They can reach us here, and then what? They just start.
It dropped out of the sky, and it went back up in the sky. And 3 seconds after scanning the mountain within a sine wave pattern that looked like a Da Vinci Code. Okay, and I was watching this when I was 10 years old. And I have a witness, and it shot back up into the sky. We were talking about anime. Okay. And it looked like Inuyasha's brother Shishomaru's ball light form, bro. Like, this shit right here is on a whole nother level that you do not fucking understand. Like, it blended in with the stars, homie. When it left out of the space, like, when it went out into space, you couldn't distinguish it from stars, but it was hovering. Like, it went up to 10,000 altitude like it normally doesn't just stop. Like, you could tell it just didn't, like just keep going and going and going. And, like, our eyes would be able to tell. And then I looked at the person, and I don't want to distinguish whether it was male or female to, like, you know, endanger them without them actually wanting to come on the podcast and talk about it, because I don't know, maybe one day. But you know, I haven't done this for like even a year yet, dude. And like, what I'm trying to get at is, this is like some big water you're stepping into, and like, I don't even know if you can swim, bro.
Start fucking butt chugging Miller Lights and drunk drive, crashing into the middle of nowhere for us to.
That's so
recover
graphic.
We would be not even ants to them on the technological food chain.
How do you know? I think people are starting to understand that the human consciousness is acting more like a quantum computer, and if we're actually becoming being able to understand the fundamentals of our reality, quantum experiments, things that particle slit experiments, things like that, but on a whole nother level of, let's see if we can manifest destiny like this. I don't know if you even understand, like this is,
there's just, I just don't buy into that. I don't.
You don't buy into it.
I do always find it interesting when someone like David Grush comes forward.
You don't buy into it. That reminds me of like how I got pissed off at AJ from the Y-Files. He does all this shit about alien stuff, and like was turned to a believer about like the Hollow Moon theory or whatever, but still didn't watch the Skinwalker Ranch thing because he thought it was like fake. Like, I honestly, it makes me cringe. It makes me feel like why have all these senses, 2 ears, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth, a huge brain, and not like be able to call that shit? Like how I mean, that shit was real. Like, you didn't need to be there to understand that. Like, I think that's kind of where like some people like want to just be like, well, let me go there and let me see it. Let me distinguish for myself if there was any like hidden strings or something. And it's like, you know, the dude almost died from gamma radiation within the first season. And like, he didn't really explain how much that like almost killed him. And you're going to be sitting here like, there's no aliens. Like, bro, like that shit's fucking irate. Like, I have no idea. It's like as ignorant as like anything on the list of shit we're bitching about today, bro. Like, this is not okay, dude.
Who does have like a legitimate, serious background and talks about these things. So I wanted to provide you with the most recent here. He did it on Dr. Phil's podcast, of all places, which already gets you scratching at the hair on your chinny chin there when it comes to like, well, how reliable can it be? But I still do want to talk about it.
His name is Dave.
I don't know. I don't really want to talk about it. I don't really. I mean, Dr. Phil is okay in my opinion. It's just. It's not that.
14 years in
I
the
don't
Air
care
Force,
about any of these people.
and then held some of the most closely guarded secrets as an intelligence.
So remember that the dark government is supposed to have agents that come out and try to obfuscate the fact that there are aliens because they don't want their nest egg, their golden goose, to be done. Like, you get what I mean? Like, it would be done. The social paradigm would shift if we knew that aliens were real, and we all know it. Everyone knows it, and it doesn't take two. I mean, not in like in a good way or bad way. Like, we'd be the end of the world. It's like they're gonna invade if we know, but like maybe, who knows? Actually, like, what if their experiment is us, and like they're not supposed to be seen or known to tamper with the experiment, and they saved us a couple times before in the past throughout paintings and history. You can see this shit, and through testimonies passed down through time, where the sky peoples, the star seeds or whatever, the American Indians, all these different types of things that have happened, and we've gathered the mythos and the mythological stuff behind it. And I'm not talking. I'm going beyond ancient aliens. I mean, this stuff is just so much larger than us. It's just, for you to sit there and think that like because we can't do something doesn't like mean shit to me, bro. Like, it doesn't mean anything.
Intelligence officer.
Now, the first part of the interview is kind of focusing on why he's decided to come forward with all the information and all the claims that he is making, and also at like what cost it's come to him on a personal level due to like scrutiny, as well as like even members of the government working against him and like targeting him for this kind of stuff.
Well, one of the things that I have objected to is that these tranches of information that have been released have been released with very little context.
Yeah.
So people have a difficult time in understanding, what does it all mean? And I don't think that's by accident. I'm wondering, as I see these 5 tranches of release and I see these grainy videos, I've seen gun camera video. It is crystal clear if you want it to be crystal clear, and radar tracks. And
so they're literally using their own brain. I mean, do you own a DSLR? Like, do you understand like the technology that is like, it's able to shut down missiles in their silos? Do you think that like for 1 second, if it didn't want to be seen, like how it's actually visibly to be seen, that it could it could crystallize a vacuum to go between spaces, like in the galaxy, and you're gonna sit here and think that it can't just turn invisible, or like since it's a plasma beam, and some of these I know because it's how bright it is, you're gonna sit there and be like, because it's so bright you can't tell what it is, so it must be fake. Like, oh my god, like a toddler could come up with better excuses to hide this shit, bro. Like, it's like all they got. The whole shit is like swamp gas. Like this, like, okay, here we go. I'm gonna put this up for you because I think I still have this graphic. Maybe not. It's not that one. I don't see it. Basically, I was just going to show a chart, but I mean,
infrared.
there's really
We're
no
getting
sense
very
in
degraded
something stupid.
versions.
This was a surprise.
Okay, so degrading version. So that's this dude is so done.
Point
Both
that I
of
wasn't
these
expecting
people.
Dr. Phil to be bringing up. He is criticizing the huge UFO declassification circus that the administration's been putting on and parading around and celebrating. Like, look how transparent this is. Look at all this stuff we're providing to the public. But it's a bunch of gobbledygook. Like, it's a bunch of, like, really useless stuff. Nothing, like, overly new, A, and B, compelling.
Okay, so overly new, A, as in, so... You're so stupid. Nothing has been released formally. Ever. So everything that you've heard has been a leak. In order to cover these people's asses, they have to get out some of the information that has been said in the public. That's what the first tranche was. People got mad about there's not newer stuff. So we've been throwing some drone footage of balls going over the Mexico border of plasma beams. This stuff, nothing will be enough for you guys. Nothing will be enough. And we know it. I know it. A true believer knows it. Anyone knows it. Nothing is going to be enough unless you have an alien gun like High on Life. Like there is literally nothing else that you want but your own pocket alien, bro. Like this is literally I can see this coming, bro. Like I can't, like an action figure alien, bro. Like I can't.
Even calling it out, like it really seems like this is just supposed to be like distracting or even like,
oh my god,
you know, hiding some things in plain sight, pointing out like this grainy footage doesn't have to be grainy. This could have been crystal clear if they wanted it to be. So why wouldn't they want it to be crystal clear? That kind of thing. Which I didn't expect them to bring up, but hats off to them for that there. This is something I've talked about, like why I'm not covering every single new release of these cum dumpsters that they're throwing out there where it just has UFO plastered on it and then nothing of substance there.
Of what is available. So I'm concerned about the intention. I don't think it's coming from President Trump. I think he intends for there to be transparency here, but I think when it gets into the bureaucratic apparatus, it's getting garbled. So,
really, Philip? Is that actually what you think? What are your thoughts on the Epstein files, the way he handled that? What was his intention there? Like, come on, man. This shit is always so fucking weird to me. Anytime there's something, like, bad, it's always never Trump's fault. Like, oh, no, it must have just been someone Trump appointed that did this. It can't be Trump's fault. It's always just someone he put in the position that's going behind his back. Trump wants the best all the time, doing all the right stuff. It's never Trump when something's wrong. It had to be someone else. Dr. Phil here, no. Trump has all the intention of, like, full transparency. We know most transparent administration in history, of course. This must have just been some deep state bureaucracy garbling it up and shit. Maybe even an EMP device. Who knows what kind of fucking doohickeys they got over there, garbling all of this, going against Trump's will. Oh, it's fucking ridiculous, bro. The sweeping is unreal. Let's say you're right, Dr. Phil. He's appointed all the people that would be garbling it, you fucking moron. Oh, man. He made, like, a good point about, like, hey, these releases are trash, and it's really weird that they're releasing it this way, only to then immediately start sweeping for Trump. And then David Grush can hear him go, oh, yeah.
Okay, so think about this. People have died. Scientists have gone missing. You're not talking about any of the scientists that worked on this stuff just missing and ending up dead. It's the reason that they died is because of people like you.
Yeah, agreeing with it. Like, Jesus.
There's a lot of vehicle types. You know, you have the disc, you have the sunfish, boot heel looking thing, you have boomerangs, you have crescent moon looking craft, you have tic tacs, you have egg looking craft as well. Certainly, it's very hard to deduce origin because it's not like you know exactly what point in space or time these things came from. But you know, different types of pilots, if you will, different types of crafts. Some similarities in operation and technology. It's sort of like if you're a car manufacturer, a lot of people build sports cars that are in the shape of a Porsche 911 or a Ford Mustang, but there's many different drivers of said sports cars. If you get the coarse analogy, so it's a whole taxonomy of different intelligences.
Bro, what? Yeah, man. There's going to be different drivers in every car, not just sports cars. What? I don't know if I'm misunderstanding, but that's a certified no shit moment because we're not clones. And I imagine if there were aliens, they also wouldn't just be the same alien driving every single one here and crash landing every time. So yeah, no shit, it'd be different pilots.
But you don't
understand. Talk about the pilots here like more in depth in a moment, which is what I really want to highlight. But this one
there's
got a big eyebrow raise from me as well.
Stories about like even you,
there are
like
so many different crafts,
dumbass,
boomerang,
just
egg-shaped,
talking
tic-tac,
about
about the
the
tic-tac video.
grays,
It
right?
is an interesting one. As far as like all the UFO releases go, I'd say that's one of the more interesting ones. He's talking about all these different crafts, and I just find it so hard to believe.
Okay, so. So, even you were talking about how the Greys Anyway, anybody that knows any lore about the Greys know that they're supposed to be clones. They're not even, they're synthetic. So they're like, they don't have a soul, in the sense that you and I do. They're like a synthetic, and I'm not like an android, but because even like an android kind of, because we can program it to kind of have like that, but to a race that's evolved beyond the needs of emotions and stuff like that, like they don't have that. They don't care. They understand it, but they don't have it. They don't walk around showing emotion. Like, to them, that's weakness. So let's just do this. Waste of energy.
Baloney, and those aren't exactly indicative of actual extraterrestrials, and then like this, right, maybe like one that is. But instead, he seems to be saying that those, and like a lot of those reports you've seen that have so many different aircrafts, like the saucers, the boomerangs, that kind of stuff. A lot of those are baloney, and those aren't exactly indicative of actual extraterrestrials, and then like this, right, maybe like one that is. But instead, he seems to be saying that all of these are actually different vehicles that have carried extraterrestrial travelers here. These are actual UFOs. They are actually aliens with different pilots. And that to me is just, that's unthinkable. Like that can't be possible. If there's that many, so many pilots and so many different types of vehicles, there is no way this would be like an actual well-kept secret. Not even close. This would be, we'd be seeing them all the time with irrefutable evidence, not like the dog shit videos and hoaxes that we get. This wouldn't be something any government would be able to be tight-lipped about. Unless, of course, they're like working with the aliens, but that'd be like a totally different.
It is a totally different thing. You're fucking an idiot, because literally that's the whole point of there being a king, because they were supposed to be close to the gods, which the gods was the aliens, because not everyone can talk to them. You're a fucking moron. Like, throughout time, this has been obfuscated, and you're gonna sit here and think that like this is gonna be any different. Like you are pushing a narrative that is like extinct, bud.
Tidbit of lore. There's just no way there's this kind of variety of different spacecrafts that are capable of reaching us here. Again, the technology that would require is something that's even beyond our comprehension, and I don't even think we'd even be able to recognize what shape it's in, let alone be able to identify it like a boomerang, egg, tic tac, that kind of thing. Different intelligence.
Well, do you know why? Because you are not the alpha, you are not the omega. You do not know every single thing that could have ever existed and could exist. So for you to be that literally short-sighted is just why brainwash yourself into thinking that they cannot be these shapes. Like shapes, like literally on cave art, bro. Like, do you think that like they just like the boomerang that much that like they made that like a thing? No, bro. Like somebody came down and was like, the boomerang was it, like the ability to be thrown and you can catch it, like that shit right there. And in different types of legs of boomerangs, like boomerangs are useful to it's ellipting it's called the angle of attack for wind. If they were to phase in our reality and they weren't aerodynamic, the amount of disturbance that they would cause in the atmosphere when the planet is moving at 12,000 miles an hour, it's just it's astronomical, man. So it has to be damn near like phased out of existence. That's why the Phoenix Light thing is so crazy for some people. If that is the size, and that's why people say boomerang too, because it was kind of like in an arch boomerang shape that seemed to all be connected. But there's always that chance that they were just that communicatively sound that they can act like a drone swarm and make a shape in the sky. There is no evidence we do not have any evidence out there that says that there was beings piloting these craft, or if it was a solid object. So, like, in the sense that we are counting out all of the past accounts and calling bullshit, when before they were never even really dropped, and now they're being officially dropped. I think he's doing it like this because it needs to be. He's been, threats of assassination all year from Iran and all this, that. But he already knows that there's stuff happening on his own soil that he can't control, and that it's only a matter of time. So he was trying to wait so he can get maybe a Nobel Peace Prize before he gets got or something like that. I feel bad because I fear he'll never get it because the politics around him. Unfortunately, like, that's just kind of how this goes. And I wish nothing but the best for people who are so ignorant to the fact that they don't see what's sitting right in front of them. And the fact that we are even in existence with all these different types of modulated things is because we are working with them. And I don't need to sit here and explain to you how the pineal gland works or the Akashic record. But if you're going to sit here and think for 1 second that like you have an unlimited amount of free will and that, bro, you're sadly mistaken, dog.
Intelligences from very familiar type of intelligence where they seem just a little more advanced than us to indescribable, non-corporeal type of sentience. Goes back to the orb phenomenon that came out in Tranche 4, that the administration is having this issue with these luminous orbs showing up at a certain sensitive test range. What is that? You can see that it's intelligently controlled. They come in groups. This isn't just ball lightning here, but it's this plasmoid type intelligence. Now there might be a structured craft behind said plasmoid, and that plasma discharge might be.
It's not St. Elmo's fire. It's not ball lightning. It's not an atmospheric phenomenon. It is, and that's what they call unidentified aerial phenomenon. It's not that. I like UFOs, unidentified flying object. Yeah, that seems to me like I know that that's in the air and it's flying, but then that could be wrong, because what if we have sensors that can sense a disturbance of air and there is none? There is no disturbance of air. Like, so then we know what we're seeing is just a ball of light that is literally just light, and it is in a different phase of existence. Now, how do you explain that? You just say that that's an unidentified flying object, or do you just say like that's a plasmoid entity? Like, we are coming up with these literal different terms. Why? Because it needs to be. Because people keep asking questions, the right questions, and then the name was tweaked a little bit. But it's not to obfuscate. It's not to sit there and be like, they're not real. It's because it literally has to be this way, because the dark government wants to keep the secret as much as it can. So it's going to hinder these keywords till the day it has no rain. And I am sorry to say that it still is pretty gripping, man.
An artifact of the propulsion system, possibly, but we're seeing even weird stuff like that is almost unknowable what it is unless we have some way of studying it or capturing it that I don't know about.
It's in hiding right now.
Is that the range of intelligences has a wide spectrum. Some seem only slightly more advanced than us. That's a huge red flag. That's not possible. We are not even remotely on like the idea of even broaching how we would travel light years. Like this, if there can't be an intelligence that is just slightly smarter than us, like 10 IQ points smarter than the average human, that is extraterrestrial that he's talking about. That's not possible. They would have to be so unbelievable.
Again, like you're looking at them, bro. Like, I don't know. I mean, I've seen extraterrestrials and I'm still here functioning. Like, you're fucking crazy. This whole shit's crazy, bro.
Like, I don't even think we'd have the capability of studying them. Like, I don't even think we'd have the means of studying them or trying to understand how they even got here. But now he's saying that.
So now Bob Lazar is this full of shit?
I don't even think we have the capability of studying them.
That's
like,
new.
I don't even think we have the
that's
the
new.
means
So
of studying them or trying to
Bob Lazar is
fucking
fucking fake.
But now he's saying that some of them
Bob
are only
Lazar just didn't work in Area 51 or S4 or anything like that. Nothing. You don't even have the capability, bro. Did you build a fucking jet turbine on the back of your motorcycle? Did you do shit for your life? Did you join the Air Force when you were 18 years old and want to help defend this country shithole? No, you did not. You sat there in your fucking camera's face and you're telling the world that, in your opinion, nothing exists outside yourself. I'm done.
They couldn't make this trip because we can't even begin to like start taking the baby crawling steps there. We're still shitting our diapers when it comes to fucking intergalactic travel and going light years. Like, I think it's important to remind David, we
you don't understand. Like, no matter how much called phasing. It's literally Einstein-Rosenbridge. You're folding space-time together to make light speed instantaneous, you dipshit.
Or is this malicious from the start? Because that is just not a true claim. That just literally cannot be a true claim. Like, maybe wormholes to get around light speed travel is something that's been theoretical.
Yeah.
But again, that's still only theoretical to us. We still don't even know how to navigate that.
You,
so slightly more advanced, but a familiar
do you have infinite amount of power, the power of suns and harnessing powers of stars, fucking wormhole stargates? No, you don't have shit.
Yeah.
These craft.
You have a cell phone.
Well. You've seen the cadavers.
Yeah. Some of the craft we've assessed that are likely drones, and some of the
which
craft
is
that we've recovered
silicone.
is true. And some of the
you
lower
have
public
shit.
space, we recovered vehicles that were empty, and the pilots were not there. That actually is a true historical statement. But yes, some of it was piloted, and I always find, even though it is my reality, I always feel uncomfortable talking about that because it is such a ontologically shocking thing to talk about the pilots. But what do you know? They look just like what people have reported seeing, like credible witnesses. You look at the aerial.
Like I said, there is a fleet of synthetic humanoids. As in humanoids, they look like bipedal. They're, it's not like the Blob. All right, like there's been a stigma throughout time that people seem to think that if life evolves somewhere else, it has to look it's completely different. What? Why? Why are you making the rules? Who told you to make the rules? Like, I don't get it. Seems to me like a lot of the stuff that we see on our body, we see throughout, like we see eyes and other things, is this adaptation over time. Now, does that mean like some humans' DNA are going to be better because of that? And we don't have time to talk about that, right? Because not every human was adaptable to the same situation throughout history. So, like, who gets to choose what standards we're living for? Are we going to be living for the small 2% that want to rule the world? Or as in, like, the people who don't literally want to fucking work a day in their life, walk around stealing shit, fucking cussing, doing this, and that, and blaspheming everything that we worked for as a society just to sit in a room and say that they won, they did something, and then to show off for society. It really is that thing that's like, what a broken window fallacy, guys.
School event in 1994 where 80 school children in Zimbabwe saw what we would call in pop culture speak small gray aliens, exactly the way you think. And what do you know? Some of them look exactly as reported by credible observers that have nothing to gain and everything to lose. There's quite a bit I want to talk about with that section there from David, but he mentions the 1994 Zimbabwe alien sighting, which is something that I actually have gone over before on stream. It's made to sound more credible than it actually is. I will say at the very least it's fascinating, but I don't think it's overly compelling when you actually get into it and look at it. So in a nutshell, there's a reported alien sighting where this school in Zimbabwe had a ton of children all reported seeing like a UFO and a being. And when asked about it, they had a lot of similarities in their stories and their accounts of it. They were also asked to draw it, and I think this is where it kind of falls apart. There is just very little consistency in the drawing from the children. Now, of course, they're kids. Like, they're not going to be top tier, police sketch artists or anything. But there are so many details that aren't really agreed upon other than a craft and a being. The craft look of it is different from picture to picture. This one apparently had a Jolly Roger on it that said UFO, and also that it was, in the trees. This where is it? This right here is just the same picture repeated, by the way. This one's just zoomed in. This one's not, I'm pretty sure, because it's exactly the same. So, like, what can be clear is that they saw something, or at least they believe they saw something. Now, when they were asked questions, some of the questions were a little odd, and there's not an unrealistic possibility that if you told a group of children, look outside, that's a UFO, that's an alien, oh, children have a very active imagination, they could easily start to convince themselves, like, oh, it's a UFO, oh, it's an alien, especially if you, like, set up a little something if you really wanted to. And, like, when you look at some of these, like, this one is so different from all the others, and this is, like, the most descriptive, where it's describing something that has big black eyes, no mouth that was seen, a body that's like a human but all black with long black hair and a rotund belly with a flying saucer. Like, this one also is that's just Smart from the Ring. Like, there wasn't a ton of consistency in what they were presenting, but their stories were matching up, which I feel is a lot easier to pull off if you all are told the same story. So, I am not the biggest believer in this being.
Bro, do you realize that you're talking to the people that literally thought that if a nuke was being dropped, that all you needed to do was duck and cover? I mean, you really are on a whole new level, an island of your own making, my friend. And I know about islands, and this right here is a whole new mythic.
Being a very, very real alien and flying saucer event where the alien just, I guess, wanted to visit a bunch of school children in Zimbabwe. But, there's a lot of nuance there. There's a lot of people that really believe in it. I'm not one of them. Now, outside of him mentioning that,
the only thing I can consider
recoveries
this
of
being,
unmanned aircraft and also
from my situation, it didn't change our perception of it. The two witnesses between us, we both saw the same thing. We both saw that it did something and it went away all within the same time. There wasn't a lot of missing time incidences. Again, I've been pressing pause this whole time. It's just, no. Come on. Oh, it's one of those days, bro. I mean, I could really care less about what this guy has to say right now. Like, most of the shit he's saying is completely ass. And like he's conceded like 2 micro fringes the whole time. That's not gonna gain back my sub, bro. I'm sorry. I don't watch you enough for that, dog. Like, I don't. Like, I watch you maybe like once in a fucking blue moon. Oh my god. So, frequency, we're all frequency, brother. And what I'm trying to get at is these things can manipulate space-time. So I'm pretty sure that if they wanted to, they could have made those kids not see anything at all. I think that those kids got to see what they wanted to see. I think that those kids actually got a really good test of the experimental weapons that the dark government does have and does play around with. But do I think that for 1 second that it didn't happen? No, I believe that's almost as bad as Sandy Hook, bro. Like, you're a fucking moron, bro. Like, what are you talking about, dog? Like, this is so stupid.
Again, I doubt it. The aliens that I'm very sure are out there in the universe
God
somewhere, I don't
damn
think
it.
look
This
anything
is
like how we portray them or
fucking
imagine them to
stupid.
be. I would find it far more believable from David's account of things if he was like, yeah, this is unlike anything you've ever seen before. Like when he was talking about, like, you know, like these entities, like, you know,
Oh.
almost like amorphous entities.
What
That is
a
more believable to me. Or
crash
something more
out.
insectoid even, really. Like that would be more believable than just being like, oh yeah, everything you've ever like heard, super accurate. Yep. Flying saucers, eggs, gray aliens, all of it. That's exactly what they are. I really just don't think so. I really don't.
Right, of course. Have any of these pilots or occupants of these craft, to your knowledge, been taken alive?
Have you heard of the Bell? Have you heard of Doglaka? Have you heard of that? Did you hear about the Nazi scientists that disappeared at the end of the war? Did you hear about any of that shit? Did you hear about where they went? Did you know that they went to America? Do you know about that shit? Huh? Do you know about Operation Paperclip? Do you know about all this shit, bro?
Yes, and it is true that some sort of consciousness communication, you know, of course people call it
No,
telepathy.
shut the fuck up.
I cannot begin to tell you how it works, but there is some sort of communication like that. And even friends of mine that were on retrievals felt that kind of communication as they approached the vehicle when they were doing cordoning it off, waiting for transport. By far the biggest bombshell he drops here, claiming that there have been live alien pilots that we have taken in. And not only that, but there have
That's
been
been
communication with
legend
them
for a
through
long time,
consciousness
my
transmission
friend.
or telepathy,
And-
like some X-Men Jean Grey, Charles Xavier type
So,
shit. And then
have
gives
you
an
heard
anecdote
of
about, like, his friends when they
J-Rod? Have you heard of J-Rod? He's literally living in Area 51. He's given multiple interviews, and they keep getting taken off the internet because the fucking dark government does not want you guys to see it. Does not want you guys to understand the perplexity and what the fuck happens when political dogma scours reality and truth is meaningless. That is the situation that you have put yourself in. That is the box of Schrodinger's cat that you are neither alive nor dead in, and you are superposed in. And I cannot teach it any simpler, but you are completely fucked, dude. You don't even know where you left the station and where the destination is, bro. You have no idea.
getting one of the crafts, they felt that connection with the aliens.
You don't even get it.
I fucking doubt it. I'm sorry. Like, I think David Grush does have real credibility, and I'm very curious what information he has, or whatever information he's being told, because I think a lot of it is just straight
I mean, you
hogwash.
need
And
to
I don't know
hurry
if
the
that's
fuck
by
up.
design,
Like,
like he's doing this
you could have
as, like, a
said this
distraction
in
agent,
5
or if it's
minutes,
something he's
bro.
being told.
Like, talk about gobbledygook bullshit clickbait.
He is describing with his friends approaching and then like feeling the spiritual pressure, or like hearing the alien in their brain. Like that sounds like some shit in like an ayahuasca trip. Like the
What,
idea of
have you
capturing
had an
alien pilot alive,
ayahuasca trip?
or
Oh my
alien
God.
pilots alive.
So let's talk
It's just
about
crazy.
that.
A, the fact
So
that the
you're going to
spacecraft
sit
even crashed
there
in the
and
first place
think
with this type
that,
of
like,
unthinkable technology that is genuinely incomprehensible to human
so
beings right now. I
God
can't
made
imagine crashing here, but
those
in the event that
two
it did, the fact
plants
that the
out of the
alien
whole
was somehow
forest
extracted from
to
the
react to
crash site
make
by
you
us,
see
I don't think so. We
these
wouldn't even know how to approach that kind of
beings.
crash site because the
God
technology would be
did
so
that, right?
unbelievable. We wouldn't be able to just get like a jaws of life out there and can opener the guy out of the fucking pilot hatch, the cockpit. Like that. How would we have even gotten the pilot out alive unless he was like telepathically communicating to everyone saying, "I got in peace. Let's all go to Whataburger and talk it over or something." Like I doubt it. Like, hey guys, look, I'm here to get some cheeky soap. I'm not here to cause any problem. We couldn't go to uscheeky.com all the way out there in the Andromeda Galaxy, so I had to come a little bit closer. And now I spun out of control. So no big deal. Let me just get my my
I
cheeky soap to be
can't
on my way.
pause it.
Like,
I mean, I've been trying to
like, I just don't see how
pause
we
it for
would.
5
A live
fucking
alien.
minutes.
Like, a dead body, maybe eventually would have been able to
This
get it out of
is
the spacecraft.
crap.
Peter Griffin death.
God, I can't wait to talk to my internet provider about how unacceptable this
Who
is.
really knows? But like a live one, I don't think it would let us take it alive. At the very least, it wouldn't want to just be captured by us. And I don't think it would be
God
telepathically
almighty.
transmitting information to humans' brains, because I don't even think humans would be capable of receiving it. The Wi-Fi would be off. So even if they can communicate telepathically, I don't think they'd be able to telepathically communicate with us. That is truly like some sci-fi shit, like some Star Trek shit, or like some ayahuasca shit. I just have such an incredibly difficult time believing that.
I mean, I wish I could debate, but the fucking thing won't
Telepathically communicate with
pause.
us. It means that it is on its own extraordinarily powerful, and would probably not
Oh
let something
my
take it alive. Pop our
God.
fucking brains like it's some shit out of the boys
I-
before we let that
You
happen.
are just
Because they would get into our head, into our
traumatized.
thoughts. Like there's just
You
there's
are
so
you are so traumatized, dude. I
much
can't
of
even
that
fucking
that I think
can't.
just
I
doesn't
can't,
pass
dude.
the smell test.
The
But
smell
trust
test
me,
of what?
I'd love to be proven wrong. Keyword proven. How about some proof? Like, how about
Oh my God, I can't even fucking do this stupid shit, bro. Go to hell. You want proof? Go to hell. How about that? I've already ranted about this on my channel too many times to have this fucking dumbasses like that with 18 fucking million viewers say shit like that. No, go fuck yourself. Really close to fucking ended the stream right there. Really fucking close.
United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American.
Long time. There's never any problems, I'll tell you. They're winners. They're just winners, pure and simple. And thanks as well to your brothers and sisters in New York's finest, the New York PD. We love our New York PD. And we're here today to celebrate the historic progress our administration is making together with law enforcement partners nationwide to restore law and order in America. Very simple. A very simple phrase, isn't it? And with these professionals, it's a very easy thing to do. You have to give them, you have to let them do their job. That's all there is. You won't have any problem. That includes right here on Long Island, where under the leadership of your county executive, a great person, a friend of mine for a long time, a great political leader, a great politician, but I don't want to say that negatively. He's a great politician. He wins all the time. He won in a big surprise like 8 or 9 years ago. I remember I said, man, that's tough for you to win in that location. And then he's won in landslides ever since, and he's a winner, Bruce Blakeman. And I said it. I said when Bruce's name got up, I said, you know, if they give that guy just a little bit of a chance, just a little bit of fair treatment from the fake news and everyone else, he's going to win. No, he's going to win. I mean it. But under Bruce, think of this. Nassau County has been rated the #1 safest county in the United States of America. That's not bad. That's not bad. Think of that, the #1 safest county in the United States of America. There's, I think, 6,700 counties. That's not bad, Bruce. Keep it up. Do a little bit better next time. How do you top that? U.S. News and World Report gives you a perfect score in terms of crime, 100 out of 100. And under the Trump administration, we're working every day with leaders like Bruce and local police like we have here. We have some of the greatest police officers in the world in this room. And a lot of them, unfortunately, they're standing outside trying to get in. Should we let them in? I don't know. We don't have any room, but let's let them in anyway. Who the hell cares? Who cares? Let's let them in anyway. But dangerous offenders off our streets, and they've taken them, they've brought them off our streets, put savage criminals behind bars, and you know what they're doing? They're making America safe again. They've done a fantastic job. And in the past 4 years before I took office, our country was overrun by violent criminals. I mean, you remember just a couple of years ago how bad it was, right? It was really bad. Foreign gangs, savage thugs with Biden. Sleepy Joe. What a horrible 4 years. That was 4 years in hell. We lived in hell. With Biden and the radical left Democrats. We call them Democrats now because their policies are so dumb. Fighting to defund the police. Does that play well in this room? Is there anybody that's in favor of defunding the police to this particular? You'd be afraid to say it if you were. And wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including prisons and jails and mental institutions, insane asylum. You know what that is? That's a mental institution on steroids. You know that. They come from both, including 11,888 murderers, many of whom have killed more than one person. More than 50% killed more than one person. And we took them in with open arms. How stupid could we be? But we're getting them the hell out. They're moving out fast. We're getting them out, and you're helping.
Pretty stupid. They shouldn't have ever been here, and
And
they
the
gotta
biggest
go
problem
quicker.
we have, the
We need
biggest
to go,
impediment we
go,
have
go.
are sanctuary cities,
Bye-bye.
where they protect criminals. It's called the Sanctuary for Criminals. We ought to change the name, a sanctuary for criminals. But the day I took the oath of office as your 47th president, we ended the border invasion. By the way, we have the best border now in the history of our country. We ended the war on police, and we declared a very strong war on crime. It's been really amazing. We've led our outstanding new Attorney General, happens to be with us. I was surprised to see him. He just got sworn in 2 days ago. Todd Blanche, he's going to be a legend. Where's Todd? I know him very well. I know him for a long time. He's going to be the greatest maybe ever. And we had some good ones in the country. I think he's going to go down. He's got a shot at being the greatest ever. If he remains tough and strong, he'll never change. Are you going to change your ways? I don't think so. If he doesn't change his ways, he's going to go down as the best. So I want to thank Todd, even for being here. He just got sworn in, as well as a Long Island native, born right here, and he's doing a good job. And those numbers are the best numbers anybody's ever seen. FBI Director Kash Patel. Best numbers anybody's ever seen on crime. And with your help, last year we achieved the largest drop in murder rate ever recorded, the lowest level in 125 years. That's since the year 1900. That was before my father was born. He would not have liked me saying that, because he always liked to say he's quite young. But he wouldn't have liked that. Think of it, 125 years ago, we broke the record. It's amazing. It's amazing. So I just want to thank all of the people in this room. And today I'm thrilled to announce that the FBI has just released a new uniform crime report showing that in 2025, we achieved the single largest reduction in violent crime in American history. Pretty amazing. And last year, there were over 3,100 fewer murders than the year before I took office. Remember this, though. And we allowed, through the stupid open borders policy, 25 million people to come into our country. Many of them are now gone, but 25 million people, that's the number, that's the real number, to come into our country. Many of them, the people I just said, drug dealers, prisoners from all over the world. They came in from the Congo, they came in from South America. They were in, and despite that, we have the best crime record in recorded history. 2,000, think of this, rapes, 10,000 fewer. We had 10,000 fewer rapes than the year before, 1 million fewer assaults, robberies, burglaries, thefts. The numbers, every single number, is the first time it's ever happened. Every single number is the lowest number in recorded history. And according to the latest data, crime has continued to plummet under our leadership in 2026, with robberies down another 20% and murders down another 23%. So the numbers you just heard, the preliminary numbers for just now, are even lower than the record numbers that you just heard. So it's a great tribute to all of the people in this room. Together, we're showing what is possible when you finally have a president in the White House who supports our police, who lets you do your jobs, and who always backs the blue. We back the blue. And you know, and I have been from the beginning, long before I ran for office. Who would have thought 10 years ago? I've been doing this for now a long time, but not that long if you think I'm president, if you think. It's a pretty quick trip. But I'm with you, and always was, 100%. 100%. And my administration is proving billions, and we're giving you billions and billions of dollars to hire, equip, and train new police officers. We're giving you more money than you've ever been given in history. More money, and you're going out and you're buying the best equipment you can buy. As president, I will always protect our qualified immunity. Would you like qualified immunity, everybody? Qualified immunity. It's always very important. I also deployed the National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore public safety in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. And in D.C., Memphis, and New Orleans, we've removed over 30,000 criminals from the streets in a single year. In Memphis, crime is down 71%. In New Orleans, crime is down 75%. And in D.C., crime is down 81%. I'll tell you, because D.C. is very personal for me, but in D.C., crime is now, it was so bad when I got there a year and a half ago. People were being murdered, 3 a week on average. We have very few murders anymore. We have very little crime anymore. We've taken it from the worst, one of the most dangerous, can you imagine our nation's capital, one of the most dangerous cities in the country. We've taken it to one of the safest cities of the country, in the country. And we moved them out. We moved almost 5,000 people out of D.C. And you know, it's a very interesting stat. 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. I love that stat because we can handle 2% of the people. If it was 60% of the people, we got problems. It's 2%. They're repeat criminals, sometimes 3-4 times a day with this cashless bail stuff. They repeat. They go into court. The judge says, "Oh, you can go," and they go out and create another crime. But think of it, 2% create 91% of the crime, and that's something we handled very well. We moved out in Washington almost 5,000, in many cases, career criminals. They're not there anymore. And every day I come to the White House, people are thanking me. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. No, these young, beautiful girls, these young, beautiful girls in the White House, you know, they come in. Now, I'm not supposed to say beautiful, but what the hell? These young, these gorgeous, beautiful girls, they want to be safe, and they come, "Mr. President, may I speak to you?" "Yes." "Thank you, sir. Thank you." I said, "Why are you thanking me?" "Because a year and a half ago, I was afraid to leave. I was afraid to open the door of my apartment. And now I walk to the White House every morning, and I have absolutely no fear." Thank you, sir. Now I get it all the time. Men, women, older men, younger men, and older women and younger women, they're all saying thank you, and I know exactly what they mean. We lived in a hellhole. 2 years ago, we were in a hellhole, and now we have one of the safest cities, and it should be safe. It's our nation's capital. We represent the whole universe, frankly, because there's nothing like the United States. Look at what we've done. Thank you. And you know, for other cities like New York, Chicago, LA, all they have to do is call us and we will stop that crime. We'll stop that horrible crime. We come in with the right people. We come in with the power to move people out of the country if they're here illegally, and a lot of them are criminals that were let in through that open border, that horrible. Remember the scene? Remember the scene? Well, you saw it the other day in Spain, right? Okay, now envision that. They allowed 65,000 people in. Now you remember 25 million people. We were worse. That was like that every single day in our country, and that went on for months and months. And then we had a border czar, as you remember, Kamala. She was the border czar. She never went to the border, and she never once called Border Patrol. Other than that, she did an excellent job. She was a great candidate. I think they should run her again. She was a great candidate. But since I took office, federal law enforcement has arrested incredibly 1.2 million criminals nationwide, and bad ones. We want to make sure we get the bad ones. And we've increased federal criminal prosecutions by over 50%. And under the Trump administration, the FBI has nearly doubled its arrests for violent crime. The violent criminals are being arrested, and that's why you see the good crime numbers. I mean, you're seeing crime numbers even in places that do not do, let's say they don't have good leadership, like Chicago has very bad leadership, but we have the numbers down because of what the federal government's doing. We get no credit for it because they say, well, we get no credit for it. They like to take all the credit, but everyone knows we've done an amazing job. The U.S. attorneys and the FBI, all the people, Cash, and Todd has been unbelievable. We get all the credit. And as of this week, we've captured 9 out of 10 fugitives on the FBI's most wanted list, and that's a virtual record. We have a list. We have a list of 10 not nice people. These are not nice people, David Mack. You know, David, stand up, David. One of the wealthiest guys. He's got so much cash. He's got so much cash, he doesn't know what to do with it. And he wants to be safe. They save your ass, David. I'll tell you. You have no idea, David. Anyway, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. He's a real estate man, a very good real estate man. And he used to be my enemy, but now he's very nice to me. Now he's very nice. He used to be my competitor, but he's a good man. He's a great, brilliant real estate person, too. It's good to have you, David. Shortly after taking office, I signed a historic executive order directing that anyone convicted of killing a police officer should face the death penalty.
I think it's beyond time for that.
And last year, deaths of law enforcement, well, think of this, deaths of law enforcement officers in the line of duty fell to an 80-year low. That means people aren't playing games anymore. It's an 80-year low. Still too many, but it's an 80-year low. Despite all of our extraordinary progress to restore safety to every community in our land, the radical left, Marxists, the communists, they're communists. These aren't socialists. Socialists are no good, but communists. Remember I said at the State of the Union speech, the last one, we will not be a socialist country. I was right. They want to make us a communist country. They've skipped socialism. They skipped socialism. Can you believe it? So at least I was right. I like being right. But they continue their war on police and their destruction of the rule of law. The communists want to turn America into a third world country, into a hellhole of crime and filth. You ever notice, I said it a week ago for the first time, the first thing you see, I see, before you even see the crime becomes staggering, is the streets become filthy dirty. They're disgusting. They smell, they rot, but everything becomes dirty. And then you see the crime and you see all the other things. But I don't know, I'm not sure you've ever heard that said by anybody else. Most people wouldn't say it, but it's true. And squalor, and it just becomes so bad. And then the death comes, and it becomes really a true hellhole. And we're not going to let that happen to New York State. And that's why we have to get Bruce into office. We got to get Bruce in there. Nowhere is the communist attack on American society more clear than here in New York State. The radical left Governor Kathy Hochul has been very, very bad on crime, a nightmare for crime. She supports New York's disastrous no cash bail law. You know, it all started, if you think about it, because I've been here for a long time. I love this place, but it gets harder to love. It really does. But if you think, it really started with the no cash bail. Remember that? That was a Cuomo beauty, right? That was a Cuomo beauty. In other words, no cash, don't worry about it. You kill somebody, oh, that's okay, go ahead. Then you go out, kill 2, 3 people a day. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. And you can't, it's like men playing in women's sports. It's so crazy, you can't believe it. It's like transgender mutilization of your children. And all these people believe in all this stuff. But they came out with that one with the no cash bail. Just think of it, no cash. You kill somebody, you rob a store, you go right back out on the streets. It is the craziest thing I've ever seen. And I don't know, from a political standpoint, I guess it's good, because Bruce, how the hell can you lose to that? You're going to be ashamed. If you lose, you're going to be ashamed for the rest of your life. You'll be ashamed. Bruce would say, how did I lose to that? No, I mean, think of it. Open borders. Let's have open borders. Have the entire world pour into our country. 25 million people in 4 years. She supported the release of convicted murderers who killed New York City police officers. She wanted people that killed great police officers. One in particular in Long Island, where I went to the funeral, and he just met the people that gave this law enforcement chapels and rabbis, and met a whole group, and they were there, and they gave the most beautiful sermon. But they kill. These are absolute killers, and then you're not going to change him. You got to get him the hell out, or you got to put him away. And if you don't do that, you're just wasting a lot of time. This whole concept of what they do. The only thing is, from a political standpoint, it's so easy to run against, because it's just common sense. You know, I guess I'm a conservative guy, but I'm a common sense guy more than a conservative guy. It's all about, politics is all about common sense. Bruce is a common sense guy. Bruce is a common sense guy. All of our Congress people that are here, you know, we have all our Congress people here. That's a big deal. I think if you said, would you rather have Bruce Blakeman win or all of your Congress people? I don't know, Bruce. I think I'm going to have to give you up. I might have to take the Congress people. It's so important. Okay, they're very happy. She signed a law weakening the parole enforcement for convicted felons, really weakening it. She spent millions and millions of dollars providing taxpayer-funded lawyers to illegal aliens. If you weren't an illegal alien, you didn't get a lawyer. But if you were an illegal alien, you got lawyers, and they were very good. They were radical left lunatics, but they were very good, very effective. She's in favor of the sanctuary city. She thinks the sanctuary cities are wonderful. which are killing our country. And less than 3 months ago, Kathy Hochul signed a deadly and sedacious new law making New York a so-called sanctuary state. So she took it from the city to the state. Meaning Kathy Hochul wants to release migrant criminals from jail and set them loose on innocent New Yorkers all over every street as people that are not supposed to be here.
Good job,
and the
bro.
reason they
I
left
mean,
their
he
country
really
is a
is
lot of bad
fucking
reasons.
getting
You know,
it.
I know a lot of the leaders of these countries are very smart.
20 minutes. He's
More
only
than
been out there
smart,
for
they're street smart,
21
very street
minutes,
smart.
and he's still
and they don't
fucking
want these
going
people.
hard.
So what they did is they sent them into the United States of America through the open border. And people like Kathy Hochul, they want to keep them in New York. We don't want to keep them in New York. We don't want them. We don't want to take a chance. Yeah, maybe they'll get better. You know what the chances of? About 2%. Maybe they'll get better. But Hochul and the radical left stand with the gang members, child predators, violent felons. We stand with hardworking New Yorkers. We stand with the great people of law enforcement. And Hochul and Mayor Mandami were against securing our border. They were against our massive tax cuts. They were against no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our seniors. They were against all of that. They fought it like hell. Is that right, Congressman? Am I right? Nick, right? They fought like crazy. I mean, we didn't get one vote. We have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and you cops get a lot of overtime, I'll be speaking. You get a lot of overtime. I made you a lot of money. But you deserve it. And no tax on Social Security. Think of it for the seniors, and a lot of seniors. Is anybody happy about that, seniors? Are you happy about it? Let me do a quick poll. If you had your choice of only having one, clap for the one you like best. No tax on tips. No tax on Social Security for our seniors. No tax on overtime. I know. I knew the one they'd like the best. But she wants to raise your taxes. Think of it. She and all these people are against these things. And if they get in, they're going to take them all away. They're all going away. Yeah, that'll be next. Yeah. That could happen, actually. If we keep making money like we're making, we're the hottest nation anywhere in the world right now. Hottest. We're building more plants and factories than any country anywhere in the world in history. Think of it. We're building, and the jobs are going to be fantastic. You know, in a couple of years, 2.5 years, somebody's going to be elected. And will you please remember one thing? Trump is the one that did it. These factories are all going to be opening up. They're going to be all opening up. They're going to be opening up, and they're going to say how brilliant they were. Right, Todd? They're going to be saying, brilliant. Think of it. We have $19.2 trillion being invested in our country. You know why?
Yeah, I can't even find the light.
Tariffs. They like to say, oh, tariffs. They have no idea what they're... Basically, if you build your plant here, if you make your product here, you don't pay tariffs. If you make your product in another country, I say, I want you to pay 50%. We don't want your product if you make it. So they're all moving in, and they're spending $19.2 trillion so far. It's actually more than that, because that's as of the first 13, 14 months, and it's been a little bit longer than that. But think of the next governor, and think of the next for your state, but more importantly, think of the next president. Your next governor is going to say, what a great job. You know how many factories and places are being built in all of the states? And your next president is going to say, what a great job I did. He'll be sitting around watching television, a real step. Unless you vote Republican, of course. But no, they'll be sitting, say, darling, look at the great job I did. I don't know what the hell's happening, but this country is good. I'm telling you, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. $19.2 trillion is more than invested ever in history in any country. And another little stat, I love these stats. I love these. I hate reading these boring speeches because, to be honest with you, isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't have to read a teleprompter? Teleprompters are easy. They're bored. You get a little bored with teleprompters. But here's a stat that they never write down, but I think it's one of the most. At this moment, right now, there are more people working in the United States of America than ever before. We've never had anywhere, not even close. Think of that stuff, right? Think of that stuff. And one other thing I have to say, you know, they keep talking about affordability. Affordability, you know? I walk in, I'm in office one day, and those fakers, look at all that press back there. Wow, fake news. But they keep talking about affordability. When I got in, you remember the first news conference, it was one day, they started screaming, what about eggs? What about eggs? Eggs. I said, tell me about eggs. What's the problem?
Tell me about
They're
eggs. What the fuck is
5 times
happening?
higher than they were.
What the hell is the problem with eggs? What the fuck happened? Where have I been?
Or just a year ago. I said, I've just been here one day.
I've been here one day. What the fuck do I have to do with eggs?
And then they started screaming affordability.
Eggs,
and you know, I made the statement that they always misread it and everything else but I said, the Democrats saying that is a hoax because they're the ones that cause the affordability. We're bringing the prices way down. Look at what's happening, coming way down. And
it's
after
like
we finish
of whatever the fuck we
defeating Iran, which is being very badly defeated.
Get rid of them, bro. They don't need to be here.
Pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States. Essentially, that's what it is. We have the blockade. No ships get through unless we want them to. But, and how about Venezuela? Venezuela was a one-day war. And now we work great with them. We've taken in millions and millions of barrels of oil. But we're doing really good. We're doing good in every way. You know, I built the military, and now I used it a little bit more than I wanted to, frankly, but that's okay, because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Do we agree? So most things are down. And I had, you know, before I started that, I had to make a journey. I said to my guys, I said to Howard, Scott, Marco, they're all fantastic. What a great group we have. But I said, fellas, we had just had the best month anyone's ever had as president. The numbers had just come out. I just got back. I was in Iowa helping some people. And I was in office. And we're looking at the pump. And it's $1.95 a gallon. And another one was $1.85. I was at $1.85 a gallon. And I meet them the following day. I said, I have bad news for you guys. We have to make a little journey to the Middle East because we have to put out a potential disaster, a potential very big fire like you've never seen. We can't let Iran keep going. They would have had a nuclear. If we didn't hit the B-2 bombers,
14
if we didn't
nukes.
hit them, you would have had
been
a nuclear weapon.
Everybody else
And it would have
around
been a
town
very
there would
sad
have
day for
been
this
having to
country
deal
and
with
for
the
entire world.
radiation.
So I said, we're going to have to put out the fire in the Middle East, and we've done that. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. We have loaded up. So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have, a country really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's, I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, you know, if you didn't have, you'd be at, I mean, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing.
Yeah,
you lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it.
Yeah, because they're assholes.
You just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world, and we're really doing a great job. Our military is unbelievable. The blockade is unstoppable.
There's a difference
It's a
between
wall of
taxing
steel.
something and tariffs,
The blockade is a wall of steel.
Fucking stupid
But the
people.
policies of Hochul and the Democrat colleagues, like crooked, oh, she's the worst. Is she the worst? Crooked Attorney General Letitia James. She is the most dishonest, a real slob. You know, they had her. She got off on a technicality. They had her, but she got off on a technicality. But let's see what happens. You remember when she was campaigning and we will stop Donald Trump. She's not supposed to say that. She's the Attorney General. We will stop. She didn't know anything about me, but she campaigned on we will stop Donald Trump. Well, I think I'm hearing. Am I here as president? Yeah. She's, by the way, Letitia James is a disgrace to law, order, law enforcement. She's a disgrace. She's a dishonest person, very dishonest, very crooked person. Remember, I used to say that about James Comey. I was right. These are dishonest. These are dirty cops. You know the expression? You got dirty cops, too. Letitia James is essentially a dirty cop. And you have a person running, who I just met today for the first time, and I've endorsed her, running for Attorney General. Where the hell are you, ma'am? Where are you? And I'm hearing you have a hell of a shot. Her resume is unbelievable. But the reason that all of the products in New York, pharmacies and convenience stores are all locked behind glass, how do you do that? You know, I used to go, you go into a drugstore, you go into a store, you buy something, you buy a toothbrush, you buy some toothpaste. Now you have to open up glass. It's no way to run a business. I don't know how the hell they can make money. They can charge you a lot. I don't care how much they charge. They can't be making any money. Actually, I have a store on Wall Street, and they said, sir, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it. I go into the store. This is before I left. I go into this. It's a drugstore, well-known, big brand, good store, beautiful store, right across from the New York Stock Exchange in the building. And beautiful, everything's beautiful. There's only one problem. I walk into the store, I said, what's going on here? Every shelf has glass on it, and it's got a lock and a key. I said, why do you do that? How do you live like that? You want you want a toothbrush, or you want a little toothpaste, or you want to get a little Dove soap. You know, you have nice skin. One Dove, you can pour it gently on your face. Keep your skin very nice. You want a little of that good hair that can puff up your hair a little bit more, so it makes you look like you have 4% more hair than you had. They charge you for it. And you have to call the clerk. Sir, would you please help me? Yes, sir, I will. And they open up a door, a glass door. They give you a bottle of shampoo. Give me a break. And that's because nothing happens to these criminals. Nothing happens to them. It's not like that in other places. It's not like that in other blue states. But it's not like that in Republican states. I can tell you that. But 3 weeks ago in Kathy Hochul's New York, a demented criminal with 14 prior arrests threw an elderly woman, you know, you saw it, onto the subway tracks, almost died. It was a miracle, barely lived. I mean, what's your definition of live? 2 weeks ago, a wonderful 12-year-old boy named Jacob Fritiz, you read about this one, was tragically shot and killed by a stray bullet fired by a repeat offender in a gun battle. He was having a gun battle with his friend, shooting bullets all over the place. Jacob was the son of a loving mom and a retired New York City police detective, and they are incredible people. And I think I heard that they may be with us today. Are you with us? May I introduce you? Please. Incredible, horrible story. What a horrible thing. But we're going after them. I just said we're going after. These are bad, they're sick people. They're sick people. Also with us is former New York PD officer Ethan Corey. Where is Ethan? Ethan Corey, who 3 years ago arrested an illegal alien criminal in New York City. Oh, that's the guy I remember. I remember him. He arrested someone for endangering a child, only to watch that migrant criminal be released under the sanctuary laws that Kathy Hochul so fervently supports. And just imagine the anguish that Ethan felt when he learned that that same monster was arrested for murder and murdering a beautiful young nursing student who became a very famous person after her death, unfortunately. Laken Riley in Georgia. Now, if they had the proper laws, you did your job, you did it, but they just release this animal into the world. I just want to thank Ethan Curry. Please accept our congratulations and our love. Thank you. Thank you, Ethan. And he was devastated. He was devastated. We've been together twice, but he was devastated because he had the guy. It was all done, and they released him. And he said, "Don't release him, don't release him." Begged him, but they released him, and he went on. The following couple of days later, he killed Laken Riley. Thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress last year, it was my honor to sign the Laken Riley Act into law, helping us ensure migrant criminals are swiftly deported. It's been held up too. It's been people are following it very closely, but and we named it after Laken for a very good reason. The family was devastated. And I want to thank Bruce Blakeman for working closely with federal law enforcement to remove more than 2,000 migrant criminals from Nassau County.
We gotta go, all of them, everyone, every single person.
He removed 2,000 absolute total criminals. That's why your records are so good. That's why you're number one in the whole country. I gotta check that.
Every single
Bruce. I don't know about that. But that's why you're number one in the country. It's time for the people of New York to remind your politicians that their job is...
Listen, when you delouse something, you don't sit there and leave the eggs. You don't sit there and leave one. You know why? Because they're gonna come back.
Not to protect the criminals. Their job is to protect the good, hardworking people of New York. And that's why right here in Nassau County, Bruce Blakeman hired over 700 new police and correctional officers to keep New Yorkers safe. I don't know. Should we do this? Come on up, Bruce. Come on. Should we do it? Come up, Bruce.
You got it. Thank you very much, Mr. President. See, Sid Rosenberg's here. What do? You're supposed to be on radio. Listen, we are so honored to have President Trump join with us here today in these magnificent facilities that we have here in Nassau County to honor the men and women of our law enforcement professionals and firefighters. And especially we want to thank President Trump. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart because I meet mom and dads everywhere I go throughout the state. Thank you, Mr. President, for sealing our borders. There are less and less.
Keep it up, keep talking.
There are less and less.
Yep, keep talking, just keep talking.
Less and less.
Just keep talking.
Moms and dads.
Okay, you don't need to hold. They've been applauding the whole fucking night for an hour. Just get through it.
Illegal drugs that came through our porous borders during Biden-Harris. Thank you, President Trump, and God bless you for everything you do. We appreciate you. Keep going.
That's what you need. That's what you need. It'll be great.
He
No doubt
fucking
about
did it, though.
A lot of
He
times
did
I'm
the
with
thing.
people and I'm sort of not very sure. I'm sure of this one. He's going to be great. The official communist platform calls for abolishing the police, abolishing prisons, abolishing
Yeah, they don't want to have to deal with accountability.
abolishing all immigration enforcement and giving full amnesty to 50 million illegal aliens. How about that? One of Mayor Mondami's closest allies in New York, Daria Liza Avila. I've never heard of her. Who the hell is she?
Avila.
Called police pigs.
The Villa de Quill.
She said they're pigs. And she said that end policing, full stop. That's her campaign. That's what she says, end policing, full stop. The radical extremist has not been disavowed by Chuck Schumer, who's a Palestinian. He's a full-fledged Palestinian. In fact, I'm looking for Palestinian garb. I'm going to send it to him for his birthday. I know him very well. Or crazy Nancy Pelosi. She's totally crazy. If you got to know her, you'd say she's crazy. Or Kathy Hochul, who's done such a poor job in New York. In fact, she has the congressional Democrats full support. Think of it. Every Democrat, not the people. The people are going to vote for Bruce Blakeman. But the politicians, they're all for her. Begrudgingly, I have to tell you. The mayor came in very late for her, if you remember. Communism is the greatest threat to our country in history, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or even 9/11. Today, we declare again that America is going to be greater than ever before. It's going to be great. You know, I had a little expression that I came up with called Make America Great Again, MAGA. Who thought that was going to happen when we first said it 10 years ago?
I wanted it to happen the whole fucking time.
First said it. I came up, I said, that's a good sound. Who would have thought? But we're joined today by some of the warriors in Congress who are standing up for our values, including Representatives Nick LaLota, Andrew Garbarino, Nicole Malliotakis, and your former congressman, a friend of mine, Anthony D'Esposito.
Anthony.
And thanks as well to Sheriff Todd Hood, fantastic guy.
The Hood is on
Kaylee
fire.
Buller, who's running. Anthony Constantino, who's running for Congress.
Is on fire.
Janine Driscoll and Mike LaPetri. Come on up, fellas. Come on up.
Come on
We
up.
got to get them in office. Come on up. Get up here.
Oh, yeah.
Come on up here. What the hell? It's late in the week. We have.
Wow, we are so excited. Thank you, President Trump, for lighting this room on fire. We love the work you've done to make Nassau County the best county in New York. We appreciate all the devotion. And thank you for coming here today to support us to keep the Republican agenda going in Washington.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. America is the hottest nation because of you, sir. America's swagger is back. Our enemies fear us. Our allies respect us. And Mr. President, you are here because you know we choose common sense over chaos, and we 100% back the blue. God bless you, Mr. President. Thank you so much.
Well done.
Long
Well
Island, are
said.
you fired up?
Let's go.
Hey, listen here, Mr. President, thank you for being with us here on Long Island. Now listen, Suffolk County, we're pretty safe too. Any Suffolk County folks in the house? God bless Suffolk County too. Now listen, we Long Islanders, we want two things. We don't want to be able to move to Florida or North Carolina.
I know, we don't
stay
have
here.
to. We want to
and
stay
we need
here.
two things to stay here. And you're helping us a lot, Mr. President. We
All
want
right.
to make it more affordable. And you cutting our taxes helps us stay here on Long Island, but also making us safer. We got our cops here
Thank
too.
God.
We love that you're supporting the blue. We love that you're here on Long Island. God bless you, Mr. President.
Good God.
Hello, Long Island. How we doing? All right. Are we ready to elect Bruce Blakeman, the next governor, so the entire state can be safe?
You gotta do something.
Well, I'm proud to represent Staten Island and Brooklyn. Sadly, it's part of Mondani's New York City, but we are going to change the tide in New York City and across America, and we're doing it already because of our Republican majority and this great president, Donald J. Trump. My mother fled communist Cuba, and we will never allow that to happen here in the United States, the greatest and freest country in the world. Thank you, and God bless.
I just want to say thank you very quickly to President Trump for inspiring me to be here. I wasn't a politician until very recently. I saw what he did for our country, stepping aside from his incredible business, and I decided I wanted to do the same thing because of him. And I tell you this, I think I'm still an objective person. Bruce Blakeman called me an anti-politician, so I have a clear message to everybody in New York State. Democrat, Republican, Independent, you have no choice anymore but to vote Republican, vote Bruce Blakeman, vote every Republican you can find, because the Democrats are destroying our state.
Thank you again, everybody. One thing we didn't mention today, but this would not have happened without the president. Let's thank him for getting our SALT deduction back. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We can't forget this one here.
Thank you, Mr. President. You let me serve you in term 1. I helped on your transition team, and you let me serve you in term 2. And we are going to keep the House and keep enacting your agenda. Woo!
Thank you very much. They're fighters. What you need is fighters. Also with us is New York Republican Party Chair Ed Cox. Where's Ed? Thank you, Ed. Good job. You got a hot one going, Ed. A friend of mine for a long time, Nassau County Chair Joe Cairo. A longtime friend of mine, Senator Al D'Amato, I see is in the audience. Thank you, Al. And another friend of mine, another great politician, Peter King. Thank you, Peter. Great, great. We also have a fearless advocate for victims of crime who spoke at the 2024 Republican National Convention about the murder of her son, Husan. And I tell you, this was a big moment. Madeline Brame, where are you, Madeline? Where are you, Madeline? What a job that was. What she got the biggest ovation of anybody in the place, including me. Including me. Thank you, Madeline. Thank you very much. She got a hand for 5 minutes. They were applauding you on the job because they got to know you on television, talking about your great son. And I appreciate it. Along with another passionate advocate for crime victims and a survivor of very violent crime, Jasmine Robles. Thank you. Thank you, Jasmine. And finally, and I have to tell you, he's become a friend of mine because I think he's just great. I used to watch him on television in a slightly different mode. He was a comedian, I guess, an actor. He's sort of everything. And now he does some of the best commentary of anybody anywhere in the world, talking about the Civil War, talking about everything having to do with patriotism. Kelsey Grammer. Thank you, Kelsey. I don't know what it is, you know. Originally, he made me laugh. Now, that doesn't easily go into civil wars and all the other wars he talks about, but you are really, maybe it's the voice, maybe it's the look, probably the voice. Must be the voice. But he's a great guy. There's nobody like him. Under the Trump administration, America is winning again, and America is respected again all over the world. We're respected like never before, and that's because I put America first. We're first. And we're first in terms of many countries. When they need help, they call America. I don't always give it because sometimes they haven't been very good to us. You know, NATO wasn't there for us, by the way. You know, NATO is not there for us. We pay all that money for so many decades. Money, money, money. We say, yeah, give us a hand. Well, sure, we'd rather not. But we remember. We inherited the worst border in the history of the United States, and we quickly turned it into the most secure border in the history of our country. We took the worst border, and within a 60-day period, we turned it into the best. And I did it twice. If you remember, I did it in 2016. And then they let it go. But the 2016 border was nothing compared to the border we just had. That border was horrible, what they let into this country. The 2016 was like a secure border by comparison, what we just had to go through. And we did it fast. Remember, they said you couldn't do it. You couldn't secure the border. I did it in really 30 days. 60 days became perfect, but really 30 days. And you know the only difference? Because they said you have to go back to Congress. Yeah, I didn't go back to Congress. The only difference is you had a different president. That's the only difference. In the past 15 months, a historic record of 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. And it was just announced that the total number of attempted illegal border crossings is down by 94%. And by the way, water crossing, you know, for the drugs, 97% down. 97%. You know, for years we've been interdicting, they like to say, but for years we've been grabbing those boats, bringing them into Miami and different places. They'd be let go in a matter of minutes. Always had good lawyers. And they'd be back sailing sometimes that night. They don't sail anymore. They don't sail. And the 97%, in fact, we're going to give probably medals to some of the 3% because I think they happen to be the bravest people. Anybody getting into one of those boats to bring drugs into our country, I consider them to be among the bravest people anywhere in the world, either that or the dumbest people in the world. With the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history just now. Largest in American history. And they wanted to give you the largest tax increase in American history. You know, all my life I've been watching politics, and I wasn't a politician until relatively recently, but I've been watching. And I've always watched politicians, Democrat, Republican, Independent, they get up and we will cut your taxes, we will cut your, even if they didn't mean it, they always said it. These people actually say, we're going to raise your taxes. We're going to drive you crazy. We're going to do things that is shocking. That's why people are leaving New York, because of those policies. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It can't work. It just can't work. And we have to be careful, because as a federal government, we don't want to throw good money after bad. They're destroying the city. They're destroying the state. We want to be there for the state, but we don't like what's happening is a guaranteed failure. It's a guaranteed failure. It's not like oh, maybe it'll work. It's a guaranteed failure. We have to be very careful. Under our leadership, the stock market has set almost 80 all-time highs since the election. Set another one. More Americans are working today. As I said, to me, it's one of the cool, because, you know, they say, well, employment. They say, how's Trump doing in the economy? He's at 42 on the 42. We built the greatest machine in history. It's the greatest in history. More money invested, as I said, 19.2 trillion with a T. $19.2 trillion. And they say, how's he doing on the economy? Oh, he's okay. Not okay. When I say we have the most people working, and by the way, the fake news, you see those people? If I'm wrong by, I have to be very careful. Because if I'm wrong by a half a point, it's headlines all over the place. When other presidents or Democrats make mistakes, that's okay. But if I misstate something slightly, just a little bit, like a half a point, quarter of a point, it's headlines all over the world. Which keeps me extremely honest, I must be honest with you. Under my most favored nation policy on drug prices, we are delivering the largest prescription drug price cuts in the history of our country by far. With price differences of 400, 500, and even 600%. And the headline in most of the papers this morning was the largest drug price decrease in 65 years. And that alone should win us the midterms, really. That alone, because that reduces health care, reduces everything. For decades, Americans paid the highest prices for prescription drugs. We paid more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world, and now we pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for prescription drugs. And I could tell you how I did it, but it's too boring. All I know is you had to get other countries to agree, and I got every one of them to agree. You know why? If they weren't going to do it, I said, I'm going to raise tariffs on you. I'm going to put 100% tariff. It's going to be 10 times more. Sure, we'd love to do it. We'd be honored to double our prices. They had to double their prices in order for us to get the reduction. But think of that, 400, 500, 600%. We should win the midterms on that alone. We're making the largest ever investment in the United States Armed Forces. Our armed forces are the best in the world. I built it during my first term, including Space Force, which has turned out to be very important. And now we're using it. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with what nobody's ever seen. We're taking millions and millions of barrels of oil out every single week. And we're likewise winning big with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Nobody has any idea how successful we are. They don't want to write it, but they know. You know who knows how well we're doing? Iran. Think of it. They have no Navy. It's totally gone. 159 ships. They had a total of 159 ships. 159 ships are right now at the bottom of the sea. They had 212 very nice airplanes, some bought from the United States brilliantly through Obama. Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama. And every one of their airplanes is shot down. It's gone. They have no leadership. Their leadership is gone. Their first tour is gone. Their second tour is gone. Their third tour is half gone. That's one of my problems. There's nobody to negotiate with. It is a problem. I said, are you sure this guy's okay? It's the only country in the world where nobody wants to be president. But their radar's gone. All of their high intelligence equipment is gone. Their manufacturing of missiles is 82%. They still have missiles, but not a lot. They still have drones, but just a fraction of what they had. But their manufacturing is largely gone. And I read an article in one of the fake newspapers the other day. Iran is in very good position. They have 350% inflation. Their currency is valueless. I read today where their currency is of no value. And the New York Times said, Iran is doing quite well in the war. These guys, fake news is just fake news. There's nothing you can do about it. They're sick. They're just as sick as their partners, the Democrats. In just 18 months, we've turned this country completely around. Our border is secure. Our jobs are up. Inflation is way down. Investment is pouring in. Factories are opening. Our military is more powerful than it has ever been. And America is back, and our greatest victories are still to come. Our greatest victories are yet to come. It's amazing. Amazing what we've done. And I would not have said we would have done this in a year and a half, but in a year and a half. And I tell the story all the time. The King of Saudi Arabia, 2 years ago, I was there. And he said, you know, I was in office for a little while, like 6 months. So it was a year ago. And He was with me, good guy, smart guy, under siege, by the way. All those countries are because Iran was known as the bully of the Middle East. And he said, you know, sir, that a year ago we said your country was dead, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said that. That's where I got the expression. Many other leaders say the same thing. Every other leader says it, but a lot of them don't like saying it publicly. So in conclusion, with the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will crush violent crime to the lowest levels ever. Already there. We're already there. Lowest levels, best crime levels in 125 years on murder and most of the other crimes. We will impose harsh new penalties for dangerous repeat offenders. We will crack down on Marxist prosecutors. We will never abolish the police. Instead, we will abolish the sanctuary cities. We will abolish them. We will destroy them. We will take them out. We're going to take them out of service. And we will immediately end no cash bail. We will pass the great health care plan to stop all payments to big insurance companies. You have to understand, the insurance companies are totally controlled, 100%. They're totally controlled by the Democrats, and give the money directly to the people. They give billions and billions of dollars to insurance companies. We're giving them directly to the people. You go out, you buy your own health insurance, and you have money left over. You end up with better health insurance. So you're going to get better health insurance at a lower cost. And finally, we will pass the Save America Act to defend our sacred American elections. Because all voters must have photo ID, and all voters must provide proof of citizenship. Have to do it. We have to do it. And mail-in ballots, we're going to make them so secure you have no idea. If you want to stay home, you can do it, but we got to make them secure because they are crooked as hell. So thank you. Thank you very much. And we'll also enshrine permanent law. There will be no men in women's sports, and there will be no transgender surgery for your children. No more. And we've essentially killed DEI. Isn't that nice? No more DEI. I don't see the people behind me big on DEI. Were you big on DEI, anybody? That's not a DEI group, I can tell.
DEI
it never
hires.
was, by the way. So, ladies and gentlemen of Nassau County, the golden age of America is upon us. It's the golden age. We've never had anything like it. And together with your help and patriots all across this magnificent land, we will make America powerful again. We've already done that. We will make America wealthy again. We've already done that. We will make America healthy again. We're trying to do that. We will make America strong again. We've done that. We will make America proud again. We've done that. We will make America safe again. We've largely done that. And above all, we will make America great again. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, guys. Yeah, have a blessed night. This has been Clifford Johnson with the Mojave Podcast Transmission. It is 12:40 a.m., 8/15/2026. Have a blessed rest of your night or morning, wherever you're watching this.